Well. So day 3 for the Dallas Cowboys are in the books. And while this training camp to me, it's really strange because it's almost like it's just a continuation of last year, only better. It's like the Cowboys are really business. Like they're really on this thing. But what really is incredible to me is as you watch certain players start to stand out more and more. And we've seen Jaden Blue the last couple of days. Jaden Blue has been standing out. But there is one player, I am telling y'all, if this young man, barring no injuries on this team, there is a player on this team, he may very well be in the running for Offensive Player of the Year before it's all said and done. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. What is going on, Cowboys Nation? It is Cowboys After Dark. Might as well get ready. I might as well get ready. We're going to be rocking these more and more as the season gets going, especially after some of these Sunday night football games. Hey, man, let's go. Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. It is 12:24 a.m. Yes, we are live. It is Cowboys After Dark. You asked for it, I'm giving it to you. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't know they was going to have practice today, but nevertheless, hey, if you have not become a channel member or subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? We have a lot of great content coming up on this channel this season. Now let's talk facts. I'm going to be honest, I didn't know the Cowboys were actually going to do anything today. I thought they was going to do whatever this ceremony is, and I thought it was going to be a day off. But hey, no sleep for the weary. They are still rocking, and they rocked out today. So I am going to give a full recap of highlights, interviews, big plays, stuff from the other day. Y'all name it. We are going to talk about it. And so, Mark Davis, I didn't see that. Tell me where it is, 105.3 The Fan. Let me know, because I want to go check it out tonight, even though I'm not buying it at this point. I'm really not buying it. But man, let's get to what this show is going to be about today. It look like Mark Davis might give me something a little extra to talk about tonight. The best smelling man on YouTube. What's going on? All right. So this is the show. Brian Schottenheimer press conference. Might as well get used to these. He's going to be doing them the entire training camp. We're going to flip back, listen to the rest of the Stephen Jones interview. Then we're going to listen to Dak Prescott on the NFL Network, Jerry Jones on the NFL Network, CeeDee Lamb on the NFL Network, maybe even Brian Broaddus on 105.3 The Fan. I want to see what he's talking about. We're going to listen to some player interviews. Probably won't get to all of them tonight. Then we're going to listen to, I'm going to give you the Romo update. And I told y'all, man, when I was talking to y'all about Romo, some people was like feeling sorry for Romo. I'm going to give you an update on the Romo thing. Then I'm going to give you a couple of articles I didn't get a chance to get to the other day. Talking about, as people keep talking about the Dallas Cowboys and Gotti, greatest offense there is, how good can the Cowboys be? How good can they be? And then big plays from day 3, courtesy of X and all of the Dallas Cowboys beat writers. So, man, hey, we got a full show tonight. So, for all you night owls, you're going to get a full dose tonight of Let's Talk Cowboys. We got a lot to talk about. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's see who's in here tonight. Gregory Hicks. Let's go. What up, Gregory Hicks? Troy Lumpkins. What is going on? Got to put in the work. Brandy, what's going on, Brandy? I don't know. I hadn't heard this thing about Pickens. I'm sorry, I've been a little out of touch. Let me know, is that on 105.3 The Fan? Zombies in your brain. What's going on? It's not Mike Tyson. It's me. I tell you what. I wish I had that Mike Tyson money, though. All right, let me go to the top. Terrell Sr., what is going on over there in Flow Rider? It is the Queen. What is going on, Queen? Again, Mark Davis, best smelling man on YouTube. Not because I smelled him, but because he's got a he's got a fragrance channel. Amen. He's got a fragrance channel. What's going on, Mark Davis? Derek Jones, what is going on? Gregory Hicks, what's going on? Brock, good to see you tonight. Big Mouse Dog, what up? What's going on, Brandy? Were you out at Oxnard, California today? Tell me what's the feeling like over there? Again, Mark Davis, yeah, let me know where that is. Is that 105.3 The Fan? I got to go check that out. Vinny Holtz, what's going on? Good to see you. All right, let's get this show started, man. Short Man, Keith George, Lonnie Cabal, what's going on? What is this? Olim Sailor? What's going on? Yes, sir. TJ Money, what is going on? Not Mike Tyson, but I wish I had Mike Tyson money. I ain't lying to you. Okay, so it's on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we're going to check it out, Mark Davis. I want to hear this blasphemy. Actually, I don't want to hear this blasphemy. There is no way the Cowboys are trading, I believe. There's no way they're trading George Pickens. No way. What up, Mr. Get Dirty? Intelligent Savage. Looking forward to you being on the channel the regular as the season gets ready to go. Yeah, you ain't got to tell me about I'll never be Mike Tyson. You don't have to tell me I'll never be Mike Tyson. I ain't trying to be Mike Tyson. I'm trying to be me. All right. Let's get this show started, man. We got a lot to talk about tonight. We got a lot to talk about. What's going on, Gerald Jackson? Give yourselves a hand. Welcome to Cowboys After Dark. We do this quite a bit when the season is going on. So let's see what we got going. So first of all, first thing first tonight, we're going to go ahead and get to this Brian Schottenheimer press conference. It's actually not that long. It's not a long press conference. We're going to check out Brian Schottenheimer.
Going to be a little bit short. Hey, we got opening ceremony.
Yeah, they had an opening ceremony today. This is why I didn't think they were going to do anything. I really didn't think they were going to do anything, but looks like they actually they had a full day practice and everything. So way behind. So let's go over here. Check out Mr. Brian Schottenheimer.
Yes! Here we go!
Brian Schottenheimer press conference.
Ceremonies, guys.
Shorter today.
Opening ceremonies today.
All right. Calvin?
Morning.
Anybody else?
Yeah, we got three safeties actually that will miss time today. PJ's doing good. Hyperextended his knee the other day. Jalen Thompson's got a hip flexor that he's dealing with, so we want to be smart with him. And then Zion has a hamstring, and then Jake Ferguson will be excused for a personal matter.
Yeah, hey man, let me tell you something. Our safety room is one of the strengths of our team, and we definitely don't need this safety room hurt. I am serious. We do not need this safety room hurt. So again, PJ Locke, hyperextended knee. Then we got hey, this is the second little nick we've heard from Jalen Thompson. I think it was an abdominal strain or something during OTAs. Now we're in training camp. Now we're talking about a hip flexor and all these types of things. A little bit concerned. Not a lot, but a little bit. I mean, really want Jalen Thompson to be ready to go for the season. I mean, maybe the Cowboys need to put him on the shelf for a while, but a little bit concerned with that. But we definitely need our safeties out there. What's going on, Rail 9? How's the channel going? All right, Let's get a little bit more, see what he's talking about here.
Yeah, doing great. I think, again, my big thing is these opportunities to come out here. When you script practice, you kind of get a feel of what you want. Again, what I would say, Calvin, that's so cool about him is there's a reason, and he explains this to the players, which I think is great. We're calling this to set the edge and rush the passer. We're calling this to take away a receiver. We're calling this on third down or in this situation. So I love what he's doing because he's really explaining not just to himself, the play caller, but he's explaining to the guys that have to go and execute it, which I think is critically important, because then the players, whoever the green dot is, can anticipate, oh, he's probably going with this because we want to take away this receiver.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Stephen Jones said yesterday that you guys are actively searching to add players to the roster with via trade or via sign up ratings. Are you doing daily personnel meetings and kind of assessing how guys are going daily? How do y'all do that?
Yeah, it's constant communication, either through text. I go sit in Stephen and Will's office. We just talk. We grab each other. I was just talking to him about something, walking out to practice. But it's daily, and we're going to do that 24/7, 365, and I think the communication's been awesome.
That being said, you had 2 practices a day off. I guess a day off.
Yeah, so, right now, Stephen Jones and especially Jerry Jones has got a lot of people in a frenzy, because they're thinking the Cowboys are about to go. People keep talking about Jerry, bring Max Crosby, and then you're hearing people talking about Jordan Brooks. And I would really say what I said before. I really would tell Cowboys Nation to temper their expectations. I'm not running with these stories of Max Crosby. I'm not going to run with these stories of Jordan Brooks, because in the grand scheme of things, there's a lot of things that has to transpire before you start talking about bringing in a Max Crosby, and especially a Jordan Brooks and a Max Crosby. We have to understand the Miami Dolphins have Jordan Brooks under contract. And I know what Brian Broaddus said, and I love Brian Broaddus, but Nick Harris said he has done some research on this. Mike Fisher has done some research on this, and the Dolphins seem to be locked in on Jordan Brooks, for at least right now. They're locked in on Jordan Brooks. You got to ask yourself, why in the world would they give Jordan Brooks an extension? Why would they give Jordan Brooks an extension and then trade him? I guess you could, because, they're saying that the reason why the Dolphins did it, they wanted to make sure he was on the team, and they wanted to make sure he was on the team. And I guess so hold out free. I don't know. It doesn't really make sense in the grand scheme of things, because why go through all of that when you could easily just trade him? Why go through all of that? And then with Max Crosby, people keep talking about Max Crosby, and Max Crosby is over there and he's saying that he hears everything that's going on, but he's a Raider and blah, 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 which anything could change. But I'm telling us right now, the first thing that has to change for the Cowboys to make these quote unquote moves that people are excited about, you got to do Quentin Williams. Nothing happens unless you do Quentin Williams. You're not bringing in those contracts being $5 million, only having $5 million on the cap. You're going to do something that not even Howie Roseman has done. So until we see Quentin Williams, that is the first domino that has to fall. If that domino falls, the Cowboys are getting ready to do something. But I don't know. Maybe it's something else they can do. But like I said, CeeDee Lamb's already did the void years on his contract. Dak's already did the void year for this year on his contract. I think Kenny Clark deal already got reworked. Rashawn Gary, his deal has already got reworked. I mean, so where do you go to get the money? What do you move around? And so it doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of things. And I'm telling us right now, I'm telling us, the Cowboys would be absolutely crazy if they trade George Pickens. I don't care who the player is. The Cowboys would be like chopping off your foot to get a third arm so that you can handle more things. Well, how you going to stand? George Pickens is an integral part of what the Dallas Cowboys are attempting to do this year. I told y'all this before. You know what? Say what you want. Jerry already set this precedent, and this is why they're talking like this. No, they want to win a Super Bowl this year. I'm sorry. This team wants to win a Super Bowl this year. And they're not trying to get rid of George Pickens. At least I don't think they are. But I'll tell you this. I'm not telling you Dak Prescott won't put up numbers if you were to trade George Pickens. I'm not going to tell you not going to tell you Dak wouldn't do good. CD wouldn't do good. Flournoy wouldn't do good. I'm not going to tell you that. But I'm telling you this. The problem is when you get to the playoffs. Teams neutralize your strengths. We are easier to neutralize with CD, Javonte, and Flournoy than we are with George, CD, and Javonte Williams, and Flournoy, and Ferguson, and Trigg. George Pickens really puts this offense over the top. You can't be the greatest offense there is and trade George Pickens. I don't know what people are talking about on this. It don't make any kind of sense. You cannot be the greatest offense there is and let go of George Pickens. Ducendo, what's going on? Yep, sir. I remember you, Rams fan. Appreciate that super chat. Hey, man. You remember last year, Dak Prescott told the owner for the Rams, we're going to see the Rams in the NFC Championship. Ducendo, he might have been 1 year behind. I got a feeling we may see y'all in the NFC Championship. I'm going to be, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Look like y'all might bring Aaron Donald out of retirement. You said, yeah, you're excited. Yep, I know you're excited for the upcoming season, especially if y'all get Aaron Donald coming out of retirement. It's going to be crazy in the NFC if Aaron Donald comes out. Real estate vet, what's going on? Yes, sir. Favorite late show since Arsenio Hall. Hey, man. I was telling my wife just the other day, man, I was thinking about growing my box back out, man, but I can't do it. I ain't slim and trim as I used to be. Them boxes don't look good if you ain't slim and trim, man. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, real estate vet. But again, I mean, I'm not buying this stuff. I'm not buying this stuff. And I respect Brian Broaddus, but I'm not buying this stuff. Brian Broaddus has been wrong before. Quite a few times talking about certain things. Talk is cheap and bullcorn runs a marathon. And that's not a knock on Brian Broaddus, because also he's been right on a lot of things and and things that he hadn't shared. But at the same time, trading George Pickens makes zero sense. And I'm going to tell you now, there would be some out there that if the Cowboys would trade George Pickens and get a Max Crosby, there are some out there that would be defending it and just going crazy. I'm telling you right now, there is a huge part of Cowboys Nation that if they were to trade George Pickens, it would let a lot of air out of this fan base. It would. It would let a lot of air out of this fan base until we saw this offense in action without George Pickens. And even if it was beating people during the regular season, I still don't think people would be satisfied, because once you got to the playoffs, this is where, especially in the playoffs, this is where not having George Pickens would really hurt you. You know, you saw Ducendo there in the super chat. Hey, man, if we want to be competitive with the Rams, you can't be competitive with the Rams and not have George Pickens. You can't. Do we not realize, not only did the Rams go get Myles Garrett, not only did they go and get those other players that I can't remember off the top of my head, not only did they go and get those players, do we not realize with that defense, they also have one of the best wide receiver duos in the league with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, and they got a very good run game? I'm telling us right now, man, the Rams are loaded defensively and offensively. And you think even if we did, let's say we got to a top 12 defense, you think we're going to be able to match the Rams mano just because we got a top 12 defense, but we don't have an offense, and they're probably going to have a top 10, top 7 defense? Nah, bro, you ain't doing it. Nah, man. Nah. You cannot. With what the Rams have. With what the Rams have. You cannot subtract. You cannot add and then subtract. Because I got news for us. The Ram ain't subtracting. They're not subtracting. Yeah, they're not subtracting, Countryfield. What's going on? What's up, Stephen White? Ducendo, Countryfield, yeah. Hey, I'm telling you right now, Mark Davis. Man, I'm telling you. There would be some furious fans out there, man. Intelligent Savage said absolute facts. G, I agree. GP3 should never be an option to get defensive help in here. That's cutting your nose off in spite of your face. Yeah, bro. Yeah, Scotto. Dumbest idea ever. Dumb. It's a dumb idea. Anthony Johnson said pay GP3. Cincinnati's able to pay Chase and Higgins. LA can play. Oh, LA can pay Puka, which we don't know if they're gonna pay Puka yet. And Adams, why can't we keep GP? We're keeping GP. I don't think GP is going anywhere. I'm not believing all the stories about George Pickens going anywhere. Scotto said, did you see Chris Carter's ignorant comment about how Jerry should never have gotten Pickens? Yeah, that's very ignorant, Scotto. See, and this is my issue even with Chris Carter. Chris Carter know football. Chris Carter has helped Ryan Flanoy. Chris Carter was an absolute beast on the football field. But I'm telling you right now, Chris Carter will say some of the dumbest things you've ever heard. He'll say some of the dumbest things. What's going on, Apostolos? What's going on? All right, let's check out some more Schotty on this.
Yesterday, who stood out to you so far?
Let's go around the team. I'm going to do quickly through the guys you would expect. Quinnen, Kenny Clark up front. RG's had a couple really nice days as a Raku. I'd say Jashawn has been outstanding. Really cool to see him picking up the system. Duran's been really good from a safety standpoint. A little beat up there, but JT.
What up, Big Dal 8604? What up? What up, Big Dal?
Before,
Big Dal, you said, why did Chris Carter say that? Because that's the kind of stuff Chris Carter says. Man, you ain't never listened to Chris Carter. Come on, man. That's the kind of stuff Chris Carter says. He just like that sometimes.
He had the hip flexor, and he'll be fine. He's been doing great. On offense, quarterbacks are competing like crazy. George has been terrific. Brev's had a really good start to camp. Tyler Booker. And then from a running back standpoint, I think both young guys, Jaden and Phil, were outstanding really yesterday, the second practice. They were both outstanding.
Barham is...
Man, Cowboys have got, man, I'm going to talk about my standout players a little bit later on. But let me tell you something, man. Frank Lawrence. Frank Lawrence. Man, Jashawn Barham. Oh, my gosh. Jashawn Barham. Man, I told y'all before this training camp even started, I don't care what the Dallas Cowboys starting lineup is. Jashawn Barham, Malachi Lawrence, and LT Overton. And I'm not even going to be surprised if Devin Moore. But I am positive that Jashawn Barham, Malachi Lawrence, and LT Overton are going to be on the football field for the Dallas Cowboys in 2026. Book it. Book it. They are too good to sit the bench. They are going to be a part of some type of rotation. They're not letting those players sit on the bench. They're just not going to do it. They're too good. Those players are going to be impactful. They're going to be impactful. And so, man, Stu Jashawn Barham, man. Oh, my gosh. He's just been incredible.
He's going to take the whole press conference or what?
Barham.
Hey, you follow up? Go ahead.
Barham, everybody keeps coming out of their mouth.
Yeah.
Barham. What is it? I don't know. Is it a quick learner? I mean, clearly the size, physicality, and all this stuff. But what is it? It's got everybody buzzing about.
I would say his ability to apply the things we're coaching. You know, we're putting him in some different spots. You know, clearance, which is really cool. But I'd say that's been the thing that's been most impressive. You see and know the physicalness, but the ability to pick it up and apply it, I think, has been great.
Man, let me tell you something. I didn't really start kind of looking at Jashawn Barham until he started coming up with the Cowboys. But man, let me tell you something. I've been noticing it the last couple of days. This dude looks like he's in pads. He looks like he's in pads, not in pads. This dude is a football player. Jashawn Barham is a football player. And a lot of people don't realize, man, there were quite a few people that had Jashawn Barham ranked really high on their draft boards. So, yeah, Jashawn Barham, to me, I just, that's the only way I know how to explain it. He's just a doggone football player. Cowboys did a great job scouting this young man. I mean, they did a great job scouting. Sorry about that. Hey, Ducindo, man, I've been trying to tell people, man, that the Rams, hey, they may do a George Pickens on Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua got a lot of issues going on. What up, real Benjamin? Puka Nacua got a lot of issues going on. I'm telling you, he's top 2-3 in the league. He got some issues going on. So they may make him wait a little bit. Lonnie Cabal said, Jashawn from my area, young and the real deal ever since he was a kid. Yeah, man, he a football player, bro. Boy, he's a football player.
John Shook from The Athletic. Pads will come on Monday, but also, even in these practices starting out, I know you have an emphasis. You don't want guys to be on the ground and things like that. What's kind of your message to the team going into these practices, going into that padded one about, I want you guys to play your hardest, but also these are your cues.
Yeah, you guys know our deal. I mean, we say play on the edge without going over the edge. We'll be in shells today, which is different. It's part of the NFL mandated ramp up. First 2 days you're in helmets and now you're in shells. But the biggest thing, that we emphasized was run your feet. You got to run your feet. Once your feet stop, then guess what happens? The guys coming from your left or your right or front or behind kind of get tangled up. So I think that's where we can be better. And then shout out to Henry Soroka, who took a nasty blow the other day, but he bounced right back up and said, thank you, coach. So it's kind of cool.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. You had mentioned in the offseason that the plan would be to figure out how to move Pickens around in the offense. And I know it's only been a couple of practices. You're probably maybe still installing some things. Has there been any experimenting with that so far?
A little bit. Yeah, we mess around with it. We do it more when you guys aren't watching, to be quite honest with you. I'm going
to tell you something that the Cowboys are actually doing that a lot of teams are not doing this year. But there have been quite a few teams, and they have been having some. They've been blacking out like their entire practices. Yeah, there are a lot of teams that are just blacking out practices, but of course there's other teams that are actually televising or letting the press in on the practices. But I like what Schotty is saying. It's good to know that they're getting in some real good work when we're not watching. They're probably working more and more and more on some of those things that we are actually wanting them to implement. Those are the things they're doing while we're not watching.
Yeah, in terms of him being dialed in, being just really laser focused in everything we're doing, I could not be more pleased or more proud of GP.
They're talking about George Pickens being locked in. Man, let me tell y'all something. Man, I'm going to show y'all some clips today. I'm sure y'all have already seen them. Man, George Pickens being locked in is an understatement. My uncle used to raise bulldogs, these fighting dogs, boy. You ain't seen nothing scary until you seen a pit bull lock on something. That's how George Pickens is. George Pickens is, man, he's beyond locked in. This dude is on a mission.
Tommy Arish, DallasCowboys.com. I know there's no pads, but just from what he's been able to pick up from the system and what you can see in these settings, what do you like about how Malachi Lawrence has started out?
Yeah, like I said, I think I spoke about Malachi the other day. He's working incredibly hard to pick up the system. What's different for him is the drops. So I'm going to start with that because that's something that's new. So he gave up kind of a explosive pass the other day based off a drop. We made the correction in meetings, and we came out here that evening, walked through it. He was great. But you see the explosiveness, and you see the length and the power that he can use when he's setting the edge or attacking the quarterback. But again, I don't think you'll really feel Malachi until the pads get on and he gets going and playing these games.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Jashawn Barham seems to have a very serious demeanor. Some people said they don't know if they've seen him smile yet. How would you describe Jashawn's demeanor and how he's in just off the field too?
I just think he's dialed in. He's all about ball, man. I mean, he loves football. He loves playing football. He asks really good questions, but it's a job. It's a job for him. And I think some guys come out of college and they learn quickly that the NFL is a job, and you could get cut, you could get, traded, different things like that. I think he understands that this is something that that's really important to him, and he wants to be a Cowboy for a long time. And he's made a very strong impression early on.
Man, I'm telling you, I can't say enough about Jashawn Barham. I'm sorry. Stu's just a football player, man. Jashawn Barham is that dude that if you got some business to take care of, hey, man, you call Jashawn Barham and say, hey, man, can you come with me? Can you come with me to handle up on something? I mean, Jashawn Barham is that kind of dude, man. He that kind of dude. But you know what I really want to give the Cowboys credit for? I really want to give the front office, Will McClay, his team, and Brian Schottenheimer. They shopped for a certain type of player. You can tell. Over the last 2 years since Brian Schottenheimer's been here, they shopped for certain types of players. And you can tell the players that Schotty really has his imprint on because he already said these were the kind of players he was looking for. Tyler Booker. Tyler Booker is incredible. Now when we look at the defensive side of the ball and the players that they picked out, Jashawn Barham, this is the kind of attitude the Cowboys have needed here. Somebody who is all about football. That they are not enamored by the big stage, the spotlight. They're not worried about the media, the cameras. They're not worried about all the popularity. No, Jashawn Barham is here to ball and take somebody's place. Jashawn Barham is going to be on the field for the Cowboys. I'm telling y'all, he's going to be on the field for the Cowboys. You don't put that kind, not just the talent, but the demeanor. His demeanor, his attitude, his character about the game. They did a great job again on scouting these types of players. And when you think about what they did this year, they did this in multiple ways. They went and got the kind of players with the mentality, players with the attitude, players with everything that it takes to win. See, where Jerry, and I keep saying this about Jerry has never really, in my opinion, failed to put talent around Romo and Dak. Where Jerry failed is in putting teams around Dak, coaches with the right demeanor, players with the right demeanor. I mean, you think about it, we've brought in some very talented players, but the demeanor wasn't right. The attitude wasn't right. That once you got past the talent, there was nothing there. You think about Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens, I mean, physical freak, absolutely incredible wide receiver. But he just, get your popcorn ready. But the demeanor, the attitude, some of the other things that he brought with him that you basically said you had to ignore. We've had players like that over the years. You think about Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs, that comes to my mind most recently. Talented guys, but they don't really have this thing that Barham, this thing that Booker has. This thing that we're going to see even Malachi Lawrence have. You think about LT Overton. You know, they got these guys that they got this demeanor of, man, I'm a baller, bro. This is all I'm here to do is play ball. I don't care about any of the other stuff. Think about the free agents. Jalen Thompson, all about football. Quentin Williams, all about football. Kenny Clark, all about football. Rashawn Gary, all about football. They went out and got the kind of players that has this talent. As I said before, it's extra. The talent levels and differences in this team, it's people don't realize the talent sometimes between players, it's really not that far. What really separates them, and I remember Emmitt Smith saying this, Emmitt wasn't the biggest running back. He wasn't the fastest running back. Might not have even been the most talented running back. But you know what he was? He was the best running back. And Emmitt Smith said what separates players, it's heart. All day long. It's heart. It's heart. And that's the biggest difference that you're seeing in some of these players that they have brought on board. Big Miles said, gee, Bam Bam is the one you get for the bully. Boy, you ain't lying. He remind me of my cousin I was telling y'all about the other day, Floyd. Shoot, boy. You getting into something. You call Floyd. And then John said Jalen Thompson, Kobe DeRayne, and now Caleb Downs with Barham disrupting the line with Clark, Williams, Gary tagging along. We for sure top 15. Man, I'm telling you, Barham is going to be on that field. Yes, Santez, he said shout out to AOC for calling Bam Bam Barham. Yeah, that's a good name for him. It's a good name. Stephen White said easy to jail when you share a common path and goal. Yeah, man. We got guys that the spotlight isn't too big for them. Oh, and please, let me put some respect on this young man's name.
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it.
Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs. Perfect type of player for the Cowboys. This dude is all about football. He's all about football. He's not worried about the glitz, the glamour, everything that came with being the #1 overall pick for the Cowboys. Caleb Downs isn't even paying attention to that stuff. Caleb Downs is more focused on getting this playbook right and performing on the field. They did an incredible job. They did, man. Cowboys did an incredible job, not just with the talent, but with the character, the demeanor, the attitude, this nasty attitude that some of these players have.
Coleman, KLTV, Channel 7. With this hyped atmosphere, the energy, do you see that in practice at this layer?
Yeah, I feel it. I think this is a big day, again, but we try to throw great practices every day, whether we're by ourselves or no one's out here. That's where the music helps. And I think, the coaches should always drive the energy. I mean, if we're, upbeat, and I talk a lot about, trash talking between coaches and players, in fun. But yeah, this is pretty special because we love having the fans come out here in Oxnard in California. We feel like this is really our second home, and it should be a great day.
Hey, Coach, Nick Hamilton, the night that video. Wanted to ask about Caleb Downs, and what did you notice typically about him going through the process, how he's going through training?
Yeah, again, another guy, like Jashawn, where, football is critically important to him. He was raised that way. He loves the game. He loves playing the game, being around his brothers, his teammates. The thing I've talked, pretty consistently about Caleb has been, for a young player, they all make mistakes, young and old. Caleb is different in a lot of ways in regards to when he makes a mistake, he doesn't repeat it. I mean, ever. Like, I can't think of a play that he's made a mistake, it's been correct, he's made a mistake. So their ability to take the coaching and apply it. And I said to the guys the other day, not necessarily about Caleb, but what coaches want are guys that are not repeat, mistake. They keep making mistakes and then repeating them. That's frustrating as a coach. You're like, man, and you take it internally about yourself too. Like, what am I doing wrong? Why can't I not get this guy to understand? Caleb is not that way at all. Caleb makes the corrections. He's dialed in, and it's been pretty impressive. Especially, you see his exposure to a lot of defenses coming from, Alabama and Ohio State.
Anybody else? You good?
All right, see you guys out there.
See, this has been The biggest issue for me with the Cowboys, y'all remember when I was saying this before training camp started a couple of weeks ago? I wasn't as concerned as some people were. Some people were like, yeah, we just got to see it on the field now. I wasn't worried about seeing it on the field. I'm just being honest. I wasn't worried about seeing it on the field because of the type of players that the Cowboys have. What I'm seeing right now, I'm just not surprised. I'm not surprised, man. When you get the right kind of people, they got the right kind of mindset. When you get the right kind of people, man, you don't have to worry about the on the field stuff. It's automatic. It's automatic. And that's why even, Caleb Downs, man, I'm telling you, Caleb Downs is the epitome of what Brian Schottenheimer has been looking for now the last 2 seasons. Caleb Downs is the epitome of that. Caleb Downs, to me, it is so incredible. Number 1 overall pick for the Cowboys. He's so nonchalant. When they were interviewing him, so nonchalant, the monotone voice. I mean, he exudes confidence and at the same time humility. A guy who knows, man, you know what? I already know how talented I am. Because I tell people all the time, it is disingenuous because some people try to be humble and, they know they have a talent and try to be humble. Yeah, I'm all right. No, man. I'm not all right. I'm not all right. See, I like those type of players who know that, hey, man, I'm the best in the business. I'm the best in the business, but I put in the work. And that's Caleb Downs. He knows the expectations. He knows what everyone is saying. He can't help but know. He's a Dallas Cowboy. Number 1 overall pick for the Cowboys. Look at his demeanor. He different, man. Young man, different. Yeah, Intelligent Savage, he different, bro. He different. Yeah, Anthony Johnson, you can see and feel the culture shift in Dallas. Man. Yes. Yeah. Frank Lawrence said we need a defense that our offense expects to get 3 and outs all the time. I'm with you. Yeah, quack, quack. What's up, shuck it, duck it, quack, quack. That's some of the old BET days, quack, quack. They don't know what that means. But quack, quack. Yeah, Schotty is the real deal. I said the same thing the other day. Yeah, Schotty has shaped up into...
I know they're super excited.
Schotty has shaped up into a really, really good coach. And I'm really excited to see. The next thing I want to see from Schotty, can he expound this offense? Can he take this offense to the next level? Because Dak Prescott said, greatest offense there is. I don't think anybody can hardly debate it. But now we got to see what does it look like when we get it on the field. I'm not worried about it. I think it's going to be fantastic as long as they stay healthy. These guys are hungry. I think they are smelling blood in the water, and they are ready to win that Super Bowl. They're ready. They're ready. And I'm telling you, they're not, you've already been hearing all the Super Bowl talk. They're embracing it, man. You might as well embrace it. You're not going to be able to get away from it. You might as well embrace it. You got a very talented team. It is what it is. So might as well roll with it, man. Might as well roll with it. All right. Let's get to our next segment for the day. So we left off on Stephen Jones talking the other day. So, yes, sir, Stephen Gibson. I'm showing my age once again. Yes, sir. We're back to Comic View. Boy, Comic View used to be it, wasn't it? Boy, Comic View used to be it. Miss Matrix, what is going on? I did not take a nap today, but I thought the Cowboys, Miss Matrix, I thought they were going to be off. They were not. I scrambled, caught up. I said, I got to go on tonight. I said it, Miss Matrix. I'm glad to see you in the building tonight. I had to come on tonight. All right, we're going to get back to this thing with Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones is about to talk. We didn't get a chance to hear him, but Stephen Jones is talking about this thing about acquiring talent, and everybody's all excited about it. So let's listen to some more of Stephen Jones talking about what the Cowboys are going to continue to do. Check this out.
There's a lot of And he's doing it so far. He doesn't show any signs of yielding. And because he's a special young man, and that's why we picked him where we picked him, and we were so excited to get him there. He's got all the traits. He's got all the things you look for, to be another one of those guys that can step up. And that's why, there's a lot of excitement on the defensive side. Is it do we have the finished product yet? Of course not. I mean, we got a lot of wood to chop, a lot of work to do. Christian will be the first to tell you that. We've just got to keep going to work every day, and I think good things are going to happen for those men over there.
Talk with Stephen Jones right here on 105 through the Fan, and the finished product could look different for a whole lot of reasons. I was kind of thinking about Tuesday and the fallout from the presser. What do you think it is that fans and media consistent interest in players who aren't on the team but could be, as opposed to strictly focusing on the players who are actually here?
I think that's a great thing about anything, professional sports is ultimately what will the finished product look like. And it doesn't matter whether it's basketball, whether it's hockey, whether it's baseball. Everybody's always striving to get especially if you're fortunate enough to get to that level where you have a lot of the pieces, but you might be missing a piece, which is usually the case. With a lot of teams, you can always use that, last one or two pieces that put you over the top. And certainly we're always looking for that. We're constantly looking for ways to be better. I've always said it, player acquisitions 365 days a year. We need to always be looking for something that makes sense to make the Dallas Cowboys a better football team and give us the opportunity to contend and ultimately win a championship. I mean, that's every team's goal. It's certainly our goal. We certainly know our fans are looking for that. It's been way too long, and we do think, as you mentioned, the offense has checked a lot of boxes in terms of being there. And defensively, we don't know that we've checked all the boxes, but we constantly look to check another box.
Well, I'm really glad.
Wow. Hey, props to Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones said, it's been too long. Yeah. I was telling people, last year, I don't think Stephen Jones, when he used the quotations, because actually he likes to use quotations a lot. If you check out Stephen Jones, people thought he was being disingenuous when he said the drought, but I don't think he was not acknowledging the drought. I just think he was putting quotation marks around it because people, number one, they say it a lot, and we know, two, it's true, but that's kind of what Stephen Jones does. But man, Stephen Jones said it's been too long, like Mystical. He said it's been too long. But he said something else in here. And this is why I keep telling people to temper their expectations. Stephen Jones said, if you pay attention, he said, looking for moves that make sense for the Dallas Cowboys. What do you mean make sense, Stephen Jones? Fit the system, and not only SENSE, CENTS. Yes, sense. So I keep telling people to temper their expectations. Yeah, temper your expectations. I just would find it hard to believe that you would bring in a Max Crosby and then extend, you're bringing a Max Crosby, extend Quentin Williams, and what are you going to do? I just, man, boy, that's a lot. Hey, you know what? If Jerry pull it off, shoot, more power to you. I've already told y'all before, Jerry Jones is already fishing around GM of the Year conversation based on what he's done last year and now this year. And then depending upon the results, Jerry is starting to get in that conversation. He's about one or two moves away, and you're not going to have no choice but to say it. It'll just be the results after that. Anthony Johnson said, is the Von Miller talk serious? I think Von Miller is farther down the line. I really do. I think Von Miller is further down the line, And the reason why I think Von Miller, Anthony Johnson is further down the line is because Von Miller ain't coming here for chicken feed. Von Miller still wants to get paid. And I'm not sure if the Cowboys are going to want to pay that type of money for Von Miller when they already got so much money or about to tie up so much money in their defensive line. April Showers said Philadelphia winning their second Super Bowl was the best thing to happen to Dallas. April Showers, you remember when I was saying that? I was rooting for the Philadelphia Eagles in 2024. I was rooting for them. Quack Quack said when it comes to the Joneses, I see better than I hear. Hey, Quack Quack, we've been seeing a lot of things. And I agree with you on this, though, because I know what you're saying. See, everybody keeps talking about Crosby. I'm not buying Crosby. I'm not buying Crosby, and I'm not buying Jordan Brooks. I'm not buying either one of those yet. Until I see something concrete. Because it takes two to tango. The Cowboys, because people keep talking about, yeah, man, Cowboys are serious. And it don't mean the Dolphins are serious. It don't mean the Raiders are serious. It don't mean they serious. It don't get serious until you start talking their language. Yeah, they want them picks. They either want them picks or a player. And I don't think there is a player, because I was thinking about this the other day. Let's think about if the Cowboys were to bring in a player. My question is to us. Who do you replace? Who are you replacing? I'm not saying it's a problem for the Cowboys to replace somebody, but who do you replace? Let's say you bring in a defensive player. Who are you replacing? Who? Let's look defensively. Who are you replacing? Who? You brought in Rashawn Gary. You're not taking him off the field for somebody. You brought in D. Winters. He's already going to have an issue with Jashawn Barham, so you already got probably his rotation on the team. So you're not doing anything with Demarion Overshown. You're not taking Overshown off the field. So the only guy, if you were to think about trading somebody, would you really think about trading Donovan Ezaraku? Let's just say you brought in Jordan Brooks. Where is he playing? Somebody's not playing. Where are you putting him? I don't think people are thinking about this stuff. But where are you putting him? Whoever it is. You bring in Max Crosby. Where are you putting him again? Whose spot is he taking? Max Crosby isn't taking Rashawn Gary's spot. He's not. Rashawn Gary already got his. If there's going to be any rotational piece, it's going to be Malachi Lawrence. So are you going to take Donovan Ezaraku off the field? You bring in Max Crosby, you might as well see if the Raiders will trade you for Donovan Ezaraku. Because if you don't trade Donovan Ezaraku, what are you doing? Is it a 50-50 rotation? 60-40, 70-30? What are you doing? People, I don't think they're really thinking about this, because whoever you bring in, what are you doing with the player that's on the field? Because most people think it's going to be linebacker. Okay, whose spot is he taking? Whose spot? Who is it? You're not taking, and let's erase Gary off this, because you're not taking Gary's spot. Whose spot is he taking? D. Winters, Overshown, or Donovan Ezaraku? Whose spot is he taking? This is why you're going to continue to watch the Cowboys do what they're doing. They're evaluating talent. And it's the best thing that they're doing. Keep evaluating your talent. Is Jashawn Barham good enough? Is he good enough? that you can start working them in with D. You let him rotate a little bit with D Winters, working in Malachi Lawrence. I'm not sure with Gary, but you start working them in. So where are you putting the starters? Where are you putting them? Because whoever you bring in, one of those players is no longer a starter. Where are you putting them? Where are you putting them? That's the dilemma. This is why I'm saying I would be very careful about thinking that this is going to be Max Crosby or Jordan Brooks. Because if it's one of those players, it's going to be some kind of major trade. If it's one of those players, you're going to see one of these players getting traded. That's exactly what you're going to see. Because there's no way you're going to have Donovan Ezeraku on the bench. You're not going to do it. I don't know. I guess you have him as some kind of rotational piece. But then if you do that, then somebody is going to have to get off the depth chart. Me personally, I want to keep James Houston. I want to keep James Houston because I think James Houston's going to work his way into some of this rotational stuff. Then you got Sam Williams back here. People are saying Sam Williams is having a very good camp. What are you doing? So whatever you do, it's going to be it's going to be more than you getting Max Crosby. It'll probably be some sort of trade. Beat by money, he said Max can take any spot, Raiders can take easy. I mean, that's the thing that you're going to have to do. But again, beat by money, you're not bringing in Max Crosby to take Rashawn Gary's spot. He can't. Really, the reality is he actually can't be anywhere. Because if anything, he's going to probably play on the right side of that defense or the left side facing the offense. So he can't just be anywhere. So the player that you would probably be targeting would be Donovan Ezeraku. Yeah, it would be Donovan Ezeraku. So, again, there's going to be a lot of different moving parts in here when it comes to, and this is why I say temper your expectations. And I really think when we play the August 11th game against the Rams, it's going to tell Jerry and the front office a lot of things. If the Cowboys defense look good against the Rams, when they come in here on August 11th, you can book it. The Cowboys might not bring in anybody until the trade deadline. Yeah. See, a lot of people are wanting the Cowboys to go get somebody now. I don't think they're going to get anybody right now. Let me tell you something. If Barham continues on his trajectory, if Lawrence continues on his trajectory, if these guys continue on their trajectory, you can forget about it. They're not bringing anybody in here. Who? Because whoever you bring in, where are you putting them? And the person that I see that would probably be in danger would be Donovan Ezeraku. You bring in a Max Crosby, you might as well trade Donovan Ezeraku. You might as well trade him. Unless you're going to get rid of, I guess, James Houston. Maybe you let Donovan Ezeraku, I guess, back him up, and then maybe he's a rotational piece. But you're going to have to put in some serious work on this, whoever you bring in. Whoever you bring in. Tyrone Church, what's going on? He said Josh Sweat and Pat Queen. You know what? I'm not buying Josh Sweat either. I'm not buying Josh Sweat. And the reason why I'm not buying Josh Sweat, think about what Stephen Jones said. Has to make sense. SENSECENTS. You got to be able to get that deal in that salary cap because you're going to extend. You're going to do, and I think they're going to do Quentin this year if they can. They're going to try to do him in training camp. And I think if they do him in training camp, then get ready because something else is probably about to happen. Quack Quack said, I can see Bland being traded. Ooh, man. Ooh, that'd be tough. The reason why I say that trading Bland would be tough. I mean, you better trade him for another corner then, because if Bland is healthy, Bland is your best cornerback until proven otherwise. And I know he was skating around last year in Stacey Adams. I know Marvin Harris, who over there dropping all kinds of passes in Arizona in training camp this year. Arizona had him on skates. But if DaRon Bland is healthy, DaRon Bland is probably your best cornerback. Then it's Kobe Durant, and then we'll see what happens with the rest of the crew. We'll see what happens, but, you know, the Cowboys are really, really going to have to do some thinking on this whole issue, no matter who they bring in. And this is why I say, man, everybody got to temper their expectations. I don't think it's going to be Jordan Brooks. I don't think it's going to be Jordan Brooks. I don't think it's going to be Max Crosby. I don't think it's going to be any of these people that everybody is crying about, you know, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but, you know, people are always making these big cases for these players they think should be on the Cowboys. But I don't think it's going to be anybody people think it is. I just don't. You better pay attention to what Stephen Jones said, man. It's got to make sense for the Cowboys. It's got to make sense. Yeah, JTX, mate, that's why I keep saying that you're not going to see anything happening until Quinnen Williams is extended. When Quinnen Williams is extended, that's when you know something is about to transpire. Frank Lawrence said Max Crosby signed a 3-year, $106.5 million contract extension with the Raiders in March 5th, 2025, featuring $91.5 million in total guarantees and an average annual salary of $35.5 million. And even if the Cowboys were to convert some of that to a signing bonus, they would still be on the hook, at least this year, probably for around $17 to $18 million. So how much cap space can you free up if you extend Quinnen Williams? It's a big discussion here. It's a big discussion. A lot of conversation is going to have to go into it. So I'm not sold on everything that people keep saying about this whole Stephen Jones and the Cowboys about to trade for somebody. It's got to make sense. Yeah, SENSE CENTS. It's got to make sense. It really does. What's going on in Java? Yeah. Quack Quack said he concurred. Yeah, this has got to make sense.
Glad that you said it like that, because when I see Dr. Daniel Cooper, who I know is part of the Cowboys, but was also part of the evaluation of a player who did not get traded to the Ravens last year, I start to connect dots and wonder, was that part of a conversation yesterday?
Yeah, we're always looking at things. I mean, that's just part of it. And, you know, we don't need to be talking, putting names.
I was very vague on that.
Yeah.
I specifically.
You did better than the reporter the other day.
I heard. Yeah.
I like her. I like Jane, but she's trying to get us in trouble, I think.
We love Jane, too.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, I think, you know, we're always looking at situations, and, you know, I think, you know, we've got several things that we're considering right now. Some of it trade, some of it, you know, signing guys, because a lot of these older players who've still got some tread on the tire,
maybe play linebacker,
can come in here and help you. And
pay attention. Stephen Jones is dropping tea leaves. We're looking at multiple things. What's one of the things he mentioned? Older players. Von Miller, Bobby Wagner, Jadeveon Clowney. I mean, there are some out there. Yeah. You know why? He's talking about not just SENSE. He's talking about CENTS. Yeah, can we get some of these older players? I don't know if y'all ever did it before. But back in the day, man, I used to buy, you know what, I get a bad tire on the left side because I got a bad alignment, and that same tire keep wearing out. Guess what I would do? I wouldn't go get an alignment and get a new tire. I would go get me a retread. That's what I would do. Why? Because the price was right, and I could ride that tire for about a year, maybe a year and a half to 2. Yeah, see, if he's talking about older players, that mean they're still out there. And so even if you're talking about making trades. What kind of trade? I mean, everybody's saying this draft next year is going to be great. They're saying this draft is going to be great next year. So you don't want to go into next year's draft with no draft capital unless you are bringing in a player that you say, hey, man, this is a show-enough one-hitter-quitter player that with our defense already working so well that this player right here is going to help take us to another level and work within that system. So it's a lot going into this. It's a lot going into this. Super Soul Cry, he says, shout out to all the tire shop. Hey, Super Soul Cry. Bro, shoot, this what dude, man, dude knew me by name, everything, bro. Knew me by name and everything. Shoot, man, go get that retread, bro. It lasts for about a year. So, Stephen Jones is, I think he's trying to tell people, temper your expectations. We may go out there and get an older player. Frank Lawrence said Cleveland, Seattle, and Green Bay all moving on jadeveon Clowney. He's my sentimental favorite to bring in for a veteran edge free agent. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, he looked really good last year with the Cowboys. Ace Wade, what's going on? And I think one of the things the Cowboys is trying to do is, it seems like to me, the Cowboys are kind of like, hey, you know what? Let's just see what does jadeveon Clowney command out there? And if someone signs him, they sign him. But if no one signs him, and then we want to sign him as the season's getting ready to get started, well, now we can come at him with a lower price. Because again, understand the Cowboys only got $5 million under the cap. That's all they have. So they're going to have to do some negotiations and some contract reworks to get some of this stuff done whenever they get ready to do it.
So, it may come in the form of a trade. It may come in the form of a veteran signing as you move into camp, because a lot of these veteran players a lot of times don't like to go to the first part of training camp. So
it's not tampering if that player is not under contract, right?
No, it's not.
Okay, so if I said, man, I sure do think Bobby Wagner has a lot of tread left on the tires, what would you think about that?
I mean, obviously Bobby Wagner's a great player.
I think Bobby... I just think Bobby is way down the road for the Cowboys. I don't think Bobby Wagner is at the top 10 or 15 on the list.
There's several others out there who hadn't signed that, have a great, have a great resume. And, they're always guys that we're looking, and see how they fit. We're getting a better feel from a personnel standpoint. Will is, his staff, in terms of the traits we want. That they can step in and really make a difference in Christian Parker and his staff system. So those are all things that will continue to look to be better. I'd be surprised if the starting players on this defense, don't change over time. Right. And we're always looking to be better. We'll continue to monitor this. You started off the show by saying we're 2 days into this thing, and grays. That's not the way you play football.
Right. So
we've got a lot of things to look at, and I've got my fingers crossed. Will does. We got some young guys showing up out there. I know Barham's really starting to show some guys some things. Lawrence, I know we talked about Downs. There's some guys who are already. Showing little glimpses of
Lawrence
things.
Setting the edge, man. Yes. I like it.
So he's there's a lot of things to like out there, but we got a lot of things to see. And then, as I said, we'll constantly be looking to see, if there's an addition or two that as we move forward that we can make happen.
I guess that kind of goes.
See, I don't know why people get so hyped up. Especially for y'all who've been over here, I've been telling y'all for months that we knew the Cowboys were not done. Some of you have been saying it. Y'all didn't think the Cowboys were done. So none of us should really be necessarily, surprised by any of the discussion that Stephen Jones is actually having. And as I'm listening to Stephen Jones,
conversation,
I don't understand why people... they get so hyped up about this stuff. Stephen Jones is actually confirming everything I've been saying. You want to evaluate the players that you have first. Check. That's what they're doing. Because based on what the players you have now are doing, you go out there and you make trades based on needs. And this is why I'm tempering my expectations, and I'll let the Cowboys surprise me. If they go out and get Max Crosby, hey, yeah, I'm with it. They go out and get Jordan Brooks, I'm definitely with it because I wanted Jordan Brooks from the beginning. But I'm also tempering my expectations. And the reason why I'm tempering my expectations is because of Jashawn Barham is balling. Why are you going to get a linebacker? If Malachi Lawrence is balling, who is the pass rusher you're going to bring in? If Donovan Ezeraku is balling, if he's really showing you something, if James Houston is showing you something, that changes the dynamic of the player that you go get. Think about what the Seattle Seahawks did last year. They didn't feel like they needed a Myles Garrett. They didn't feel like they needed a Max Crosby. Who did they go get? DeMarcus Lawrence. Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence. Why? Because not too expensive, fit into the system, and could do just enough of what they wanted to do with the players that they already have. So that's why I keep saying, man, people need to temper their expectations. And some people, I mean, you give them a bone, they just run with it. And then what's so crazy to me, they'll be ready to fight you and insult you about players that we don't even have. I'm like, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing? There's no indicator that the Cowboys are getting those players. Stephen Jones is confirming this stuff. We got to evaluate what we have. And if what we have is really good, we're going to see where if we can get better in the depth part of the team and maybe help us with the rotational part of the team rather than, hey, we're bringing in somebody to take Donovan Ezeraku's spot. Yeah, we're bringing in somebody to take D. Winter's spot. That's not what they're going to be doing. It's not what they're going to be doing. The better these guys play, that's going to dictate what they do. Now, somebody mentioned earlier, now the place, it all depends on how this goes over the next few weeks. I'm going to have my eye on cornerback. Savon Revel Jr., Kobe Durant, and even the health of the Ron Bland. We're going to see what Devin Moore is. But again, if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to go get a cornerback. Maybe not a top-of-the-line cornerback, but maybe you go and get you another veteran cornerback. Or maybe if there's a young cornerback out there that somebody wants to make some kind of trade for, and maybe not a first-round pick or whatever the case may be, maybe you go out there and get you a cornerback as you continue to bring along Savon Revel Jr., bring along Devin Moore, get him up to speed, and maybe you strengthen your cornerback room because that's really where the biggest concern for people is. I'll be honest with you. With me, I'm not as concerned as some people are with the linebacker situation. I'm not as concerned, and I'm not even as concerned with the pass rushing situation. I just think Rashawn Gary is going to be better than I think he's going to be better than people understand. And I think BT Jordan is going to bring an element to this team, and this team is going to be a better pass rushing team overall, and they're going to manufacture sacks. Ezeraku will be better. Overshown, they're going to probably move him around and do all kinds of little different things. Rashawn Gary, Malachi Lawrence, these guys, they're going to be better than people believe, even James Houston. So I'm cool at where they are right now. I'm not going to be mad because I already think no matter what, the Cowboys are going to bring in and probably, because he already said something else too. And I don't think it's going to be on the first string, but did y'all notice Stephen Jones said this and Jerry said it too? Stephen said, I wouldn't be surprised if the defensive players that are starting right now won't be starting later. Or some of the players on defense now won't be, they might not be here later. I mean, who could he be talking about? Who could he be talking about? I mean, there's most of these things, they're locked in. Now, there are some places where I would say maybe they're not as locked in. Otito Ogbonnia, I would think he's locked in. I don't think the Cowboys got a lot tied into him. Jay Toya, we don't really know. The 2025 pick, 7th round. Didn't really see a whole lot. I think the Cowboys, they want to keep Shamar James, but I don't know. James Houston, maybe he's expendable on the back end. Marquise Bell, maybe he's expendable on the back end. Reddy Stewart, maybe he's expendable on the back end. But I think what they may do, depending upon how good these guys are playing at the second level, that what we may be looking at the Cowboys do that may tick a few people off is that what they may be looking at is tweaking the second level of their defense. I think they may be looking at this second level of their defense along with the third. Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, Amber Soprano, I think they're going to try to give Sam Williams. I believe the Cowboys like Sam Williams. He's going to be 2 years removed from that injury. Amber, I think they're going to give Sam Williams a huge opportunity this year. He'll be in some kind of rotation, whatever the case may be. I mean, you think about it. One of the players he could be talking about not being here is Maurice Leofau. He back here on the 3rd spot now. Let me tell you something. I don't know what Maurice Leofau is going to be able to do. He better be tearing it up on special teams. Because at this point, he ain't getting in front of Malachi Lawrence. He's not getting in front of Malachi Lawrence. He's not getting in front of Malachi Lawrence. I don't know. They said they moved him to outside linebacker, so I guess there's no point in talking about he ain't getting in front of Jashawn Barham. I don't know. Could they move him back here where Shamar James is? But if he's going to work his way in, he better work his way in over here. Because he ain't working his way in on that side. So he's probably talking about some of these types of players. Maurice Leofau, Cowboy favorite. A lot of people like Maurice Leofau. Should be talking about Kalen Carlson. Should be talking about him. You understand why? Him, Triquez, Bridges, man, they wouldn't even made training camp for me. But I think Stephen Jones, man, when you pay attention to what he's saying, because we're pretty much set on the starting part of the starters on defense. Whose spot going to be taken? I don't see anybody. So again, the Cowboys may absolutely tick a few people off because if they go get somebody, they may just be looking at improving their second line of defense rather than bringing in somebody like a Max Crosby. I'm not buying the Max Crosby stuff. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying Jordan Brooks. I'm not buying any of that until I see some more motion. I'm not buying any of that stuff. Dakota Miller said Cowboys need to make a splash for Patrick Surtain for a pick package. Oh, no, they're not doing that for Surtain. Take pressure off that front 7. Cowboys in a small window now. Yeah, Patrick Surtain. Oh, my gosh. Wait. Did you say Patrick Surtain? Okay, I have to think about that for a moment. Man, I tell you right now, Dakota, you can't get Patrick Surtain. You would actually have to take something away from yourself to go get Patrick Surtain. No, they're not going to do Patrick Surtain. Yeah, that's too much right there. Shoot, I'd love for the Cowboys to get Patrick Surtain. Yeah, that's too much. Amber Soprano, yeah, Max is fool's gold. I believe so, too. Max Crosby, I believe, is fool's gold. Now, Amber, next year, wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised if it happened next year. Wouldn't be surprised. Trade deadline, maybe? Maybe if the Raiders look so stinking, maybe they stink so bad, they're like, get him out of here. Maybe mid-season, trade deadline. But I think right now, I'm not buying it. But everything that Stephen Jones is saying, I don't understand why they've been getting so hyped up about this. Even this guy here, you can tell that he's trying to drag some things out of Stephen Jones. Well, Stephen Jones is just pretty much sticking to his guns, and I really think he's just telling the truth of the matter. It could be an older player. I mean, who knows what it could be.
Did you enjoy having Clowney last year, and did you also enjoy did you like having him that late after into training camp, after training camp?
I mean, part of that's just the business. It's the business. That's the way those guys want to do their business. They're obviously not making the money they made in their prime, but they still, as we saw with Clowney last year, did a hell of a job for us.
Yeah.
And did I enjoy having him? Hell yeah, I enjoyed having him. I thought he was a pro. I thought he did things the right way. I think, he came to work every day and did his job, and he's a guy now. Clowney may fit in one system and not in another. Wagner may fit in one system and not another. I mean, those are all things that you got to, you got to sit in there with Christian. You got to sit in there with our linebacking crew and look at the tape and say, hey, is this guy going to fit?
Yes.
When we start asking him to do this, this, and this. And you got to get your hands around it. And you got to, we got to produce the tape from a personnel standpoint to the coaches that say, yeah, we think he can do this. And here's example where he's done it at a high level. Here's what else he brings. And those are the things that we go through when we're looking at a player like we did last year with Clowney.
I love hearing that. Listen.
Yeah. Now, notice I've used 2 words. S-E-N-S-E. What did I say before? It's got to make sense. Does he fit into the system? See, some people are they're too hyped up on names. They don't care if they even fit the system. They just automatically say, oh, no, they fit the system because of the name. No, that's not what they're doing. Do they fit the system? And I think Stephen Jones is saying something very significant that people need to be paying attention to. When you ask them to do something else, what could that something else be? Can you drop back in pass coverage? Can you do something other than rush the passer? Can you set the edge? Can you stop the run? Can you drop back in coverage? Can you do multiple things? Matter of fact, would you be willing to play on special teams? We just don't know. So that's why I said it's got to make S-E-N-S-E and it's got to make C-E-N-T-S. And I think the Cowboys are going to try and strike a balance unless there is absolutely something that is just that they definitely see that they can do, and they say this is something that moves the needle. So we're gonna see.
Listening to those coaches and making sure y'all can figure that out together. You said pros pro. Yesterday, your 2 wide receivers, your 2 top dogs, they looked like pros out there. They were doing work, and they like everything about it looks like every step of the way. They don't understand what they're supposed to be doing.
What up with them boys?
And that credit to CeeDee Lamb for we've seen him the entire time, but also that credit to Pickens, and I know what he's trying to accomplish this season. But can you kind of talk about that pros pro mentality from those 2 guys?
I think anytime you're looking at one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL and 2 outstanding dogs in terms of being the best at what they do, receivers, it can also make you feel inadequate again on defense. Did we really get better? Because you are going against the best of the best. And,
and Dak looks locked in right now, too.
Dak's locked in, and he's got one thing on his mind. And, those are the things that, you got to look at. And certainly Christian points that out when we're watching film and practice, and you see George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb making plays. You
go, Big Monkey?
I've seen this. I've seen this before, and he does it against the best. They do it against the best corners in this league, and certainly we understand that. But it's certainly great to go against the best. And as we said, as Schotty says, iron sharpens iron. So. We're going to keep getting with it and keep looking for ways to be better.
Jerry said something interesting to me in the presser on Tuesday where he pretty much openly just said, it feels as though to the media, not a lot of you believe that this is going to be like a really great team. How do you balance that? Because all the players say, hey, you got to keep the outside noise out. But do you feel like you're normally aware more or less of what the fan base is kind of feeling during and before a season?
I think we've always been aware of that. You don't necessarily, I think as he moves through 38 years, he just throws it out there. Hey, I
really think Jerry, I don't know, maybe he's talking about the Dallas media. I I'm sorry, but the media out there at large, they're not talking like this. There are a lot of people who are saying they believe the Cowboys are going to be competitive. I don't know who Jerry was talking about unless this was just a dig at the local media. I mean, it's the only media I can really think of, because from everywhere, from ESPN to, I mean, you name it, ESPN, CBS, everybody, ABC, NFL Network, they're all saying, no, the Cowboys are competitors this year. They're going to have, man, Louis Riddick has been talking about the Cowboys are going to be there at the end. Chris Canty is saying he believes the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl, even though I think Chris Canty may be setting up a major so that if the Cowboys don't, he's going to be coming hard talking crazy about them. But in the grand scheme of things, the majority of the people I've heard in the media, they think this Cowboys team is outstanding. So again, maybe Jerry was talking about the local media, because I don't get that from anybody else.
I think we're going to be very good.
That's pretty much what he said.
And but if you would have said asked the media as a whole around the country, would you think New England and Seattle were going to play in a Super Bowl? True. Everybody would have said not no, but hell no.
Yeah.
And so that's the league we're in right now, and you got to get hot at the right time. I think we got pieces to get hot, but. Are we there yet? No, I don't think we're there. I think we've got a lot of wood to chop here at camp. We've got to get better, and I think there's still some pieces maybe to be had that, we can continue to help. And, the more we keep that offense out on the field, the better we're going to be. And if we can get some stops, which was hard for us last year, obviously, it's you are what you. At the end of the day, Bill Parcells used to say, "You are what you are," and our stats kind of said what we were on defense last year, and it's we weren't very good, and we were bad, as a matter of fact.
I was going to say that was a really nice way of putting that.
Yeah, I think that that's where Kevin and I both are. Is we see the seedlings, we see the things that can grow, and we see the fully grown things in Dak, and we see these. We're just waiting for it to be proven. And when it does, I think we'll be I'm not really surprised by the way they put this thing together this year. Y'all, the timing of it all, getting out there. I mean, you see the timing right now, how making sure you had Gary early and these pieces early really did set the tone for these guys hit the ground running out here.
And now, again, I'm going to give Mike McCarthy credit for this. Mike McCarthy was the first person I heard say this last year or 2024 in his lame duck year with the Cowboys. He was very frustrated with Jerry in some of the contract stuff, I believe, that had happened. And Mike McCarthy said, man, you got to have everybody in training camp. You need everybody in training camp. And when every other team is trying to get it together, if you get it together before the season starts, while other teams are trying to get it together, you got it together, and you can find yourself in September being 4-0, 3-1, shoot, you on your way. You're on your way. If you can go 4-0 in September, oh my gosh. You only got 13 more games to go. You go 4-0 in your first 4 games with 13 games to go. Man, you're thinking now, you're doing math in your head. You're like, man, we win 6 more, man, we probably win the division. You win 10 games, then you go, man, we win 2 more games. Man, we might get the number 1 seed. So it is so important how they're starting this. But again, Stephen Jones, he keeps putting that piece on there. And it is obvious they're looking at bringing somebody in. But I still say, temper your expectations. Because the question is, who? And I'll be honest, I have no clue. I mean, everybody looks at the obvious names. And I still don't understand the whole Jordan Brooks thing. The dude signed a contract with Miami, and people like, yeah, that the contract he signs no hurdle. I don't understand the advantage of the Miami Dolphins extending him and then trading him right afterwards. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we've seen stranger things, but it doesn't make sense to me.
They're leading, and they know what it takes. Some of these guys, they do know what it takes. Now, Quentin Williams, on the other hand, I think he said it. He's never been in a playoff game.
Yeah.
So there's one that you're shocked. Now he played at a program that won all the time, so he knows how to win. And I know he's hungry for it. He's starved for it, and I know this whole organization is starved to. Put a championship quality team back on the field.
You mind if I ask you something a little family personal?
Oh, absolutely.
We do see, John Stephen, Shy around. We see them all. Are they as interested in the business as you were whenever you were getting involved when Jerry brought you in?
Absolutely. And Shy's doing a great job. I can really speak for John Stephen because he is my son, and we spent a lot of time together. But as you know, he loves the game. He's a winner, too. Mm-hmm. I mean, he won big time in high school, and you know how hard it is to win in Texas. High school state championships, and he's won as much as anybody, maybe other than Kyler Murray.
We covered high school for years
right,
together,
yeah.
so yeah, he covered Kyler Murray at Allen. Yeah.
I think he may be the all-time dominant high school player at quarterback. But no, John Stephen loves this game, and he's got I've got a ton of respect for him and his opinion and what he thinks about football, and he's been tutored the right way between playing in high school, playing in college, and he had a lot of highs in high school, and had some bumps in college that he learned from and taught him School of Hard Knocks, but they love it, and Shabo loves it, and he's like an encyclopedia. He can recite anything, and these boys, they're a pleasure to be around, and they bring great opinions to the table. And you say, well, they're young. Well, there's a lot of young guys around. Christian Parker's not much older than these boys. So, and here he is, defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, and there he is in his early 30s, and just doing one hell of a job.
Now, the last thing I got for you is I love getting your thoughts about the Cowboys, but also.
All right, hey, y'all make sure, man. Brandy has mentioned it. Miss Matrix has mentioned it. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button if you're enjoying the content. Hit that like button, share, subscribe if you haven't already. Yeah, let's get them likes up. Let's see if we can push them likes to 200.
League-wide trends. You've seen a lot of minority share sales across the NFL. Is that something that you think the Cowboys would ever consider? Because I know there's got to be an endless line of people who would love to get a minority stake in the team.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't rule it out, but we'd also be very particular in who we would bring in as a partner in terms of that. But yes, it was designed when we passed that rule that you could have, private equity involved in the NFL, and you could have minority partners. It made sense for a lot of different reasons, and every owner who chooses to go that path can speak for themselves in terms of why they're doing it. But it does. I think it's a great tool. I think it makes the league stronger personally, and certainly it's not something we would ever totally rule out. But I wouldn't say anything's on the front burner either.
Right, gotcha. Well, Stephen, thank you very much for the time.
Cowboys better than me. I'm built different. I ain't letting nobody buy into my team. I ain't letting nobody buy into my team. I'm different. If I got a family-owned built business, shoot, I ain't letting nobody buy into my doggone team. Then come in and start trying to tell me how to do stuff. Nah, no thank you. No thank you. No, thank you. All right, so Dak Prescott was on the NFL Network. Before we played the Dak Prescott on the NFL Network, okay, let's play. We'll say I got two things from Dak Prescott I didn't get a chance to play the other day. So what I'm going to do, let's listen to Dak Prescott on the NFL Network. Hold on, let's let the ad play over there. And then there's another article. There's another article that they were talking about that Dak Prescott has built a monster. I haven't watched it, but I want to see what they're talking about. All right, this is Dak Prescott over on the NFL Network. Check this out. I'm pretty sure they're going to be asking him about Gotti.
Signing those shirts. What's the strangest thing you ever signed?
Come
on.
That's a good question.
Body part?
PG. No, I normally don't. I don't sign the body parts. You know.
Yeah. You got the requests though.
Yeah, for sure. The requests happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to year number 11. Can you believe it's 11 years? I want you to spin the dial back to 2016. You came in as the third quarterback, right?
Yep.
Kellen Moore, now the coach down in New Orleans. He breaks his leg. Now you're fighting for the backup role. Tony Romo gets hurt in the last preseason game, and they're telling you, Dak, congratulations. You are the starting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. When you heard that for the first time, what was going through your head?
I mean, I was pumped, but obviously, you know, it was earned. It was earned out here in the practice field, as you said, trying to compete for the 2 spot. And then when Tony got hurt, just the reps that I'd had when he was hurt just showed that I could do the job. And so for me, it was just about stepping up for my teammates. You know, you step in the huddle with guys like Jason Witten, Travis Frederick, Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, future Hall of Famers. You want to make sure that you give them everything that you can and that you hold the standard that has been held before you. And it's just a blessing now to be here still in the same position 11 years later and a much better player.
Dak, in that same vein, talk about your game and how you've grown since you first stepped out there on that field that first time.
Yeah, I mean, just one is a thrower. You know, I wasn't the thrower that I was back then. More of just, I guess, an athlete, a bigger guy. And then you get into the training, you know, you find guys that really can tune your arm up and teach you what it's about to be a thrower. And then so it turned into that. And then just the more that you play, the better the easier it becomes to see the defenses, to diagnose the things. And I'm feeling the best that I've ever felt, and just staying healthy and making sure I'm putting my guys in the right position to make plays.
So offensively, 2026, you guys are on point. There's a real good possibility you're going to have all 11 starters in the same positions as a year ago. Is that almost like a cheat code at this time of year when you're not trying to bring in draft picks and free agent signings or guys that you traded for?
I wouldn't say it's a cheat code, but it's definitely a blessing. It's definitely, you know, a privilege to have guys that, you know, everyone's going in a year 2 together. And so it's about making strides. And at the same time, it's a big responsibility and obligation. You know, we all owe it to each other. We owe it to this team. We owe it to Coach Schotty, you know, in his second year under him in the play calling. And so it's big strides that we have to make. You know, we're not just getting used to each other now, but we're getting really detailed.
What up,
in everybody's,
Logan?
you know, not only fundamentals, but the communication and what we expect from one another, and it's fun.
We all know this team is led offensively. You guys put up a lot of points last year. You got a lot of guys returning. The defense made some changes this offseason. New defensive coordinator Christian Parker. What have you seen on the practice field that gives you the confidence to know that this defense is going to take the next step?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy going against these guys. From walkthroughs to obviously out here in practice, just their communication, their attention to detail. And it starts with, obviously, you said it, Christian Parker, and just the professionalism that he brings to those guys, and the pride that he has in his play calling and getting each and every one of these guys in the right spot. And you can see that carrying through to each and every one of them. And you bring in guys like Quinnen Williams, obviously in his second year here, but then Kenny Clark, and then RG, other guys, obviously a young Caleb Downs doing a good job of stepping in. And these guys have a huge sense of pride, and, you know, they don't want this to be an offensive team. They want this to be a full team. They want to have just as much credit in each and every one of these wins and the season and the success that we're going to have. And you can just see it out here in this in the mentality and the way that we're practicing.
So Christian Parker's only 34, first-time defensive coordinator. CeeDee Lamb just told us that he loves talking trash to him all the time. Now, as the franchise guy, are you allowed to do that, or do you have to be buttoned up when you make a great – yeah, go get him, right?
I'm going
go get him, right?
I'm going to get him, and it starts in meetings and, you know, walking through the hall. And he's that kind of guy. I'm that kind of guy. So it just makes it fun. You know, when you have that type of intensity, to me, when you're talking trash, it's a sense of accountability. You know, you can't say that without going to back it up. And so when you've got a DC doing that as well as, you know, the players on offense, it makes for a great environment out here. And it's a true iron sharpens iron mentality, and we're having fun getting each other better.
All right, so by the way, real quick, speaking of backing it up, did you see the T-shirt he wore?
That's what I was about to ask him, man.
Go ahead, then.
Super Bowl. You had a Super Bowl 30 T-shirt on, man. You heard your owner and GM and Jerry Jones actively say something about the Super Bowl at the welcome ceremony.
Bold.
It's out in the air now. What about this team? What about this offense? What about everything makes you guys confident that the Super Bowl could be this year?
Yeah, it's the mentality of each of these men. As y'all said earlier, right, we've got 11 guys returning on offense, all the starters, and added some pieces. You can say, just seasoned the offense up a little bit, but some big changes came over in defense. You got a guy like Christian Parker, who's won a Super Bowl, been on a Super Bowl winning team, knows what it's supposed to look like, bringing that intensity to our defense. And then you got guys that have won in the past, and whether it be, Quinnen coming from winning programs, or guys just knowing what it takes and really wanting to sacrifice to do whatever it takes. At the end of the day, it's about manifesting things and putting the energy out there. When you play for this organization, trust me, these fans believe it, and that's what they want. And if you're not there, they're upset. And at the end of the year, 31 teams are upset, right? And there's only one. And so I don't know why anybody's running from it. And so, hey, let's put it out there. And if we're not, and if we're not doing it, if we're not being about that, then what the hell are we playing this game for?
So was that a wardrobe stylist, or was that you going through the closet?
Yeah, it was definitely me going through the closet. I told the local media I've actually had it for like 2 years, and I'm like, what the hell with it? Like, put it on,
Get away.
So,
Good.
Put it on.
All right.
Awesome.
Happy 33rd birthday back on July 29th.
Appreciate it.
I'm sure it was a heck of a party. Enjoy training camp, and then we'll see you for the season opener on Sunday Night Football against the New York Giants. Be a lot of fun.
Yeah, appreciate
Dak,
you guys.
Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you a ton.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to know we got that shirt
Let's
in.
go to Oxnard, California, then. If CeeDee Lamb is ready and standing by with Chris Rose and Mike.
Yeah, I'd like to know we got that shirt. Hey, let me tell you something, man. Them green Jordans he got on, I was checking them out. I think those are actually Jordan 1s. I thought they were Jordan 11s, but those are, I think they're Jordan 1s. Man, I would love to have a pair of them shoes he got on. Those are nice. But again, let me show you something here. A few days ago.
Now, while you have this opportunity,
I will provide. This is, let me see who this is.
Hello, everyone. Happy Friday morning and welcome to First Take. Shay Cornett here with you. We got a full house again at the desk. I love to see it. Jordan Rogers, Ed Cohen, Jason
Evan,
Forty.
you didn't get the browns and tans memo?
Yeah, what the heck?
A little bit in the tie, but
that looks good on you, Ev. I'm impressed.
Oh, okay. Wow, J-Mac.
Good fitting suit.
All right.
We're exchanging compliments early. Will this continue? We do kind of all upgrade it. We do kind of all blend, which is good. How are the Cowboys blending, though? They seem more eager than ever to get the season started after finishing last year 7-9-1. Remember, they missed the postseason. They got their eyes on the prize, though, in 2026. Lots of Super Bowl talk being thrown out by the Cowboys, including their quarterback, Dak Prescott, who showed up to camp in a vintage Cowboys Super Bowl 30 shirt. Look at that. Here's Dak.
Going into year 11, I'm not going to shy away from it. When you don't have it, it sucks. When you don't get to play for it, when you're watching other teams play in the playoff, there's nothing worse than that. And so, I said I'd be the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys when I was 6 years old, and said I'd be in the NFL, and I got here. A lot of things in my life, I said I'd do, and I did it. And so, why shy away from that now? Why shy away from asking people to hold me to the same standard that I believe that I can accomplish and this team can accomplish?
All right, they're certainly not shying away from it in Dallas. Now, I think this is like the fourth time we've had the conversation about the Cowboys with the word Super Bowl in the same sentence. So, do you like that Dak is saying they're not shying away from Super Bowl expectations, J-Mac?
I do like it. Regardless of whether Dak says it or not, we're going to open up the show and we're going to talk about the damn Dallas Cowboys. That's just something that is going to happen this time of the year. And he has a shirt on. I think Dak Prescott was probably 2 years old when that Super Bowl was going on. So he knows nothing about it, but he's heard all about it. For this team, you look at it a year ago, this offense and Dak Prescott, they were unbelievable. And he put up. And every single year when Dak Prescott is healthy, he puts up in the regular season. When you wear a shirt like that, to me, what has to be different, specifically to Dak Prescott, they have to be good enough, make the playoffs, and then once they get in, that's where we need to see the career performance from a guy like Dak Prescott. That's where we need to see him at his very best. The 300 yards, the 3 touchdowns, an unbelievable player in the playoffs. Because the last time we saw him in the playoffs was against the Green Bay Packers, and they were down 28-0 on a pick 6 before we knew it. So to me, I love the fact that they're walking in with these expectations, because every team in the NFL is walking in and they're saying, let's have the end goal at mind.
It's crazy. I haven't even seen this Dallas Cowboys team play a regular season game defensively. And I don't even think this is a crazy take. Without even knowing what this defense will be by the end of the season, I would take this defense right now over that defense that Dak played with in 2023 with the Green Bay Packers. I would take this defense right now. Right now. I told us and I showed us. Those Dan Quinn defenses were fool's gold. They were designed to play with leads. They couldn't stop the run. They didn't have the personnel. Those defenses, especially in 2023, that was fool's gold. We couldn't beat the teams we were supposed to beat. And it was a reason why the Green Bay Packers ran all through us. They just ran all through us. It was no hope. It was no hope in that game. If you can't stop the run and letting Jordan Love sit back there with play action and just complete passes all over the place, you were never beating that team. But I will take this defense right now over that defense. Right now. And I believe they might even beat that Green Bay Packers team with this defense right now. Because I guarantee you Green Bay wouldn't have scored 40 points. I'm going out on a limb, and I don't think it's a crazy take. By the time this defense gets to the end of the season, you're not going to be putting up 30 and 40 points on this team in the playoffs. Don't see it. You will not be putting up 30 and 40 points, and especially in the first round. You won't be doing it. It will take a team like the Rams. It will take a team like that. But it won't be another team like the Green Bay Packers in the first round. Guaranteed.
And there's a picture of the Lombardi Trophy in the team meeting room, but there's only a few teams that actually have a legit chance to make it, and they believe they're one of them.
Yeah.
There's a lot left to be desired on the defensive side of the ball for them to become that, regardless of how Dak plays. But I love the fact that as the leader he is, the face of the franchise, he is setting the tone for the organization. Yeah. We're talking about it, but now it's time to put the work in. Training camp is here. Let's all do our part to make this a reality.
Let's acknowledge the big...
Dak said he wants all the smoke this year. Hey, you know what? Dak said he wants all the smoke. So he gonna get it. I tell you what, he's going to get it. Mose Logan, that is crazy. Vita Vea signed with the Seahawks. Wow. 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 Mose Logan, I'm telling you right now, I just see it right now just being 4 teams. Rams, Seahawks, Eagles, Cowboys. I don't see anybody. You know what? I'm going to throw the Bears in there. But other than that, I don't see anybody else. So we're going to see what it do.
Biggest brand in sports, which are the Dallas Cowboys, okay? So when we're talking about the Dallas Cowboys, we're automatically going to go Super Bowl or bust because of the star on their helmet. But let's do it this way. Let's take a state that both of you have ties to. You played for the Titans. You played for Vanderbilt. Let's take the state of Tennessee. Let's put this entire roster in a Titans uniform.
Yeah.
Would we be asking them Super Bowl or bust? Like, how did we get to this point where we're talking Super Bowl aspirations? And that's not meant to be a shot at the Titans. It's meant to be not the biggest brand in sports, okay? So the Dallas Cowboys are a 7-win team last year. They added guys like Rashawn Gary, who the Packers were dying to get rid of. They added Jalen Thompson as safety. Okay, they re-signed their own in George Pickens. But how did we get from a 7-win football team with a first-year coach last year, Brian Schottenheimer, that everyone, and I mean everyone, always passed up on as a head coach, to now talking about Super Bowl aspirations? Yeah. Is it because of the star or the stars? That's what I don't understand.
It's because of the star on the helmet, 100%.
So this is not a Super Bowl team.
Well, no, because and here's the thing about talking about it. I love players that talk about it. I love players that have the confidence to talk about it. His hat said good. The defense can't be good. They have to be great. I don't care what happens on the offensive side of the ball. Honestly, it's fun to talk about CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and these weapons and how much points they can put up. Don't care. If they're going to win or get to a Super Bowl, they need a top 10 defense. And last year, they were the worst in a lot of categories. I can see them being better. You mentioned Rashawn Gary, Quentin Williams, Kenny Clark up front, Malachi Lawrence, a draft pick. They're going to be better. But are we looking at this roster, even with Caleb Downs, who's going to be a really good rookie as well, and go, this could be a great defense? No, we could go, they could be a lot better. They could be pretty good. Yeah. But good's not going to get it done in the playoffs on that side of the ball. And that's what I'm like, so cool. We can talk about Super Bowl, but let's talk about the defense.
And I think the reason we're talking.
Now, none of them are really answering the question. Yeah. If you were to put this Dallas Cowboys team in Tennessee Titan uniforms, and let's include, this is the part they're missing. You can't take these players without the coaches, because the coaches are going to play a big part in this team doing what they're going to do this year. If you took these coaches and these players and put them in Titans uniforms, you better believe people would be talking about them. Because I'm telling you now, people would be singing the praises even more of Dak Prescott if he wasn't a Dallas Cowboy. Dak Prescott on another team and the success that Dak has had, oh my gosh, they'd be talking like, they'd probably be talking about Dak Prescott like they talk about if-man Justin Herbert. And I would dare say, man, you never know, Dak might would have already won with another team, because when that other team would have saw his talent, that other team would have loaded up around Dak Prescott. Jerry should have loaded up around Dak Prescott in 2017. Should have loaded up like most teams do when they have quarterbacks on rookie deals and try to get that Super Bowl within their first 4 seasons. Should have loaded up. But I digress. You know, they're not addressing the question, but I'm going to address the question. If you put this team, Dak Prescott, with everything that he's done, this team, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Javonte Williams, you put this team inside of Tennessee Titans uniforms, everybody would probably be even having even higher expectations. Higher expectations. I don't know what they talking about. Got talking about 100% because it's the Dallas Cowboys. Man, people have hated so bad on the Dallas Cowboys over the years. The reason why people are now on the bandwagon is because of the moves they made, and people are like, hey, this team, like, it's about to do something.
Talking about them as contenders, because going into last year, no one was. Like, we were talking about them as a borderline playoff team, but once they got rid of Micah Parsons, that kind of went out the window. I think what everyone was so impressed was with Brian Schottenheimer calling the plays, how darn good that offense was. I think no one really expected him to be that good. George Pickens to look like one of the best wide receivers in the NFL a year ago. So when you perform to that extent on the offensive side of the ball, now going into this year, you're looking, you're saying, well, if they can replicate that, and then with the additions they've made on the defensive side of the ball, starting with their coordinator and Christian Parker, do they have a legit chance? And I don't see them as contenders right now, especially on the defensive side of the ball, because of what other teams have done. You're not going to beat the Rams, to your point, without a top 10 defense. And we talked about this earlier, where you look at their defense. Last year, they gave up 511 points, the worst in the NFL. If they gave up 100 less points, they'd be at 411. That still is below average of 391 from a season ago. So you're talking about how far this defense needs.
Mose Logan, I would take Jordan Brooks all day, every day over Max Crosby. No doubt.
To go? Like, can you make that type of leap in just year one with that many new pieces around you?
If we're praising them for talking Super Bowl, you both said, I like the players that do that. So let's project an improvement. Let's say they go from 7 wins to 10 wins. Okay? Second place in the division, don't make the playoffs. What happens?
There is no way you win 10 games and not make the playoffs. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And I don't think there's any way that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to three-peat in the NFC East. I don't think they're going to three-peat. We're going to see. We got a lot of football. I mean, we hadn't played a game yet. But, you know, if y'all know who this guy is, I've heard him before. Very, very negative when it comes to the Cowboys.
Why is that not on the board? Why is not making the playoffs and us sitting here in a year asking, is Brian Schottenheimer the right guy for the job, not on the board? You could say his offense looked great. He's not the offensive coordinator. He's the head coach. All 3 phases. All 3 phases have to look great. Philadelphia Eagles are damn good, in my opinion. A lot of people believe the Commanders are good. People believe the Giants are going to be improved. So isn't it on the board for the Cowboys to have a big improvement this year, still not make the playoffs, and us then ask the opposite questions next year?
Yeah, we just don't usually do that in July, though. I feel like usually in July we keep it pretty optimistic. So I feel like that is something maybe.
Scrooge over here. Come
maybe
on.
if out of the first month they come away 0-4 or 5, sure, then we're having that kind of conversation. But in July, the Super Bowl energy feels good. Back to the defense, though, really quick. This wasn't just last season that the defense was really bad. The last 2 seasons, Dallas's defense ranked last in points allowed per game, yards allowed per game, yards per play, opponent total QBR. Like, this has been an issue, okay, for the last 2 seasons. So monumental, not just little increments need to happen. Now, listen, the Cowboys missed the playoffs for the 2nd straight year last year, despite having a very strong offense, ranking in the top 5 in points per game, yards per game, and overall offensive efficiency. That's all positive on that side of the ball. So here is Dak naming their offense Gotti, which means the greatest offense there is. Keep that in mind. Here's why.
We're close to some historic things last year. And when you have the guys that y'all have all just mentioned, whether it be the Tylers up front or it be George and CD outside, or like I said, Ferg and Flo, and, you know, you almost call them the alternate guys because the other guys' names are so big, right? Why can't we be, you know, and just, yeah, let's be the greatest offense there is. You know, you've heard the greatest show on turf and all the other different nicknames, and each and every one of them, you know, loved it or taking pride in it. And that's as cool as anything, is to watch them take pride in it and watch them talk about it and say it to each other. And it's the way that we've been practicing, and we're just going to keep pushing each other.
Yeah, we are watching this Cowboys team, you know, and what they're talking about, Dak is built of monsters. They're talking about that thing Gotti now. And so, you know, really, if you pay attention to what Dak Prescott is doing, Dak Prescott is setting the expectations for this team. Setting the expectations. And you know what? I'm telling you something, little D Texas. I saw what you said earlier. I'm telling you, man, Dak said he want all the smoke this year. So, hey, I'm not mad at him, man. Dak said he's got a team now, or he's getting a team together now. And Dak is saying something, man. He want all the smoke. In years past, the media has criticized the Dallas Cowboys and criticized Dak Prescott. Well, this year, Dak Prescott is saying, man, I got George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb. I got a great offensive line for the most part. We just got to see what Guyton and Steele's going to do. Got Javonte Williams. I mean, he's saying something, man. And now I got Christian Parker, BT Jordan, Marcus Dixon. I got a defense. He's saying something. Bruh, I want all the smoke this year. He going to get it. He going to get the smoke if they don't win. But I'm here for it. I'm here for it because I think they are going to win. I think they are going to win. Yeah, we them boys. He's setting the ball high, bro. Hey, we them boys. He said, I want the smoke, bro. he said, I want it. Taj said if Dallas gets Crosby, Brother said it would make them a top 7 defense in football. And with this offense, as long as everyone is relatively healthy, we can be in the dance in late January. Yeah, we're going to see, Taj. You know what? Matter of fact, I should say we're going to, I say we're going to see, not as in Max Crosby. I think Max Crosby is fool's gold. I think Max Crosby is fool's gold. I can't buy into the Max Crosby discussion. I got to see something else happening first. And that's a huge if. And then again, who said the Cowboys can't be a top 10 defense without Max Crosby? That's the part I have a problem with people on, Taj. Okay, why can't you be a top 10 defense without Max Crosby? And the reason why I'm asking that question, Taj, is because we've watched other teams be top 10 defenses without Max Crosby, without Myles Garrett. I don't understand those statements sometimes. I don't, Taj. I hear what people are saying, but they don't want to hear the truth. There are defenses out there that are top 5. You know, let me see. Just for the sake of argument, it's Cowboys After Dark. Let me just check on something real quick. Let me see something. Let's see. See here. Let's see. Top 10. Who were the top defenses or the top ranked defenses in 2025? Well, the thing that I find to be strange is when you start looking at the top ranked defenses of top 25. I mean, when you start looking at the top ranked defenses of top 25, Taj, the thing that I find to be strange is where are these players in the grand scheme of things? Where are they? Where are these players? Where are these teams? Where are they? When I look in the playoffs, when I look in the Super Bowls, now the Browns, they were there defensively, but where were they as an entire team? Teams win Super Bowls. Teams win Super Bowls. When I look at Myles Garrett, when I look at Max Crosby with the Raiders, when I look at Micah Parsons with the Packers, when I look at TJ Watt with the Pittsburgh Steelers, when I start looking at all of these top paid and elite edge rushers, you know what I find to be strange? There are teams out there who are top 10 defenses. They're going to the playoffs. They're going to the Super Bowls, and they don't have those players. How are they getting top 10 and they don't have those players? How are they doing? How are they top 10 defenses without Max Crosby? You don't need Max Crosby to be a top 10 defense. You don't. It's mythological. And we say this stuff, and don't get me wrong, you get a Max Crosby, yeah, you will be better with a Max Crosby. But at the end of the day, nobody knows how much better you really will be. Nobody really knows how much better you really will be. And I love what the Cowboys are doing. They don't want to build the team around a player anymore. They're trying to build a system to where players can play in it. And Taj, I say, you say we don't have an edge. You say we currently don't have an edge who alters the game. So let me ask you a question. Who is the edge rusher for the Seattle Seahawks from 2025? Who is it? Tell me who it is. Who's the edge rusher for the Seattle Seahawks from 2025? Who is he? Who is he? I mean, we make these arguments, and I'm not talking about you, Taj, but I'm saying people say this stuff in general. People start saying this stuff. Yeah, we don't have no edge rusher. Okay, tell me who the Seattle Seahawks edge rusher was in 2025. Who was it? Who was it? Help me out, Cowboys Nation. All I'm just trying to get us to do is see common sense. Taj said, we don't currently have an edge who alters the game. So did the Seattle Seahawks have an edge that altered the game? Who is he? Who is he? Help me out. Who's the edge rusher for the Seattle Seahawks from 2025 that was a game-altering edge rusher? Who is he? Help me out. I'm just telling us, man, we be saying this stuff, and people be saying this stuff, and people just they buy into some of this stuff. I'm not buying into it because we've already done this here. We went back and we looked at the last 20 Super Bowl winners. And of the last 20 Super Bowl winners, I believe there were two teams that had the top edge rushers in the league. And when you look at those two teams that had the top edge rushers in the league, guess what else they had? They had dominant defensive tackles. Teams who are winning Super Bowls have dominant defensive tackles, and they don't have dominant edge rushers. I'm challenging people. Tell me again, who are the edge rushers from this list? This is the top edge rushers in the game right here. Tell me again, which one of these edge rushers was on a top 10 defense and in the Super Bowl last year? Who was it? Who was it? Who was the defense? Who was it? Texans didn't go anywhere. Packers didn't go anywhere. Lions didn't go anywhere. Steelers didn't go anywhere. Texans, I mean, again, C.J. Stroud sold them out. And this is why I say teams go to Super Bowls, not edge rushers. We still got people who think you can talent your way to the Super Bowl. You don't talent your way to the Super Bowl. You team your way to the Super Bowl. And you're not as interested in these guys. What you're interested in is the team that stands out on this list. It is the Seattle Seahawks. Because while a lot of us keep saying, yeah, man, if we go get Max Crosby, we're going to be a top 7 offense. Well, I wonder what were the Seattle Seahawks thinking last year when they went and got none other than they went and got DeMarcus Lawrence. They went and got DeMarcus Lawrence. And we're saying Max Crosby puts us at the top 7, but the Seattle Seahawks said, nah, we don't need Myles Garrett. We don't need any of these edge rushers. We're not going to go out here and try to court the Cowboys for Parsons. We're not going to try to go and trade with the Texans. We're not going to go and try to get in the sweepstakes or try to find a way to get a Max Crosby. Nope. Seattle Seahawks, they didn't do that. They just said, hey, the Cowboys are going to part ways with DeMarcus Lawrence, who said he's tired and he can't stay on the field for the Cowboys. Yeah, they went and got him and won the Super Bowl. I don't understand these conversations. And I'm not aiming them towards you, Taj. I'm just saying we are allowing people to fool us into thinking that you need a top 10 edge rusher to win Super Bowls. It's not true. It's not true. And Taj, and I'll come right back at you again. So you're telling me, Taj, when we look at the Dallas Cowboys defensive line, so you're telling me that Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams isn't a formidable force. Quinnen Williams is a top 3 defensive tackle in the game. Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams together with Otito Ogbonnia and now Rashawn Gary, these guys are going to be really, really good. We're starting to look similar to that Seattle Seahawks team, whether we realize it or not. We're starting to look similar. We got a little bit more to go. But even when you look at our depth, not only did we go and get Otito Ogbonnia, we went and got Jonathan Bullard. We added LT Overton. I'm not really sold on Jay Toya. But then you got Jashawn Barham, Malachi Lawrence. When you start looking at some of the pieces, a lot of people, even though we're saying what we're saying now, hindsight is 2020, nobody thought the Seattle D-line, nobody thought Seattle's D-line was what it is now. Nobody was saying that. Yeah, we can say it now because they won the Super Bowl. We weren't saying it then. We were not saying it then. And all I'm saying is, and I'm glad the Cowboys, at least I hope they're not thinking like this. You don't need Max Crosby to be a top 10 defense. You don't. You don't need Max Crosby to be a top 10 defense. All you need is a team that buys into the system. That's all you need. Because again, Taj, and I'm not arguing at you with this. I'm just saying we get people out there saying these things about these edge rushers, but I'm just laughing that for every time somebody tells me that, hey, man, Max Crosby will do this, and if you would have got Myles Garrett, and Myles Garrett would have did this. You know what's strange to me? I haven't seen neither one of those players in the last 10 Super Bowls. I haven't seen neither one of those players in the last 10 Super Bowls. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Lil D Texas, he said Talons took it to the Super Bowl with Barry Switzer. Yep, I agree with you. But at the same time, it was the team that still Jimmy built. Yeah, it was the team that Jimmy still built. Yeah, it was the team that Jimmy still built. But again, this is why, Stephen Jones made the point tonight is the Cowboys just got to keep evaluating what they have. If the Cowboys bring in Max Crosby, so be it. Just make sure you don't give up anybody to get Max Crosby. But as it pertains to all this talk about Max Crosby coming to the Cowboys, they'll be a top 7 defense. So explain to me again, how do we know we're not a top 7 defense without Max Crosby? How do we know this? We haven't given the team that we even have right now, which looks extremely good on paper. We haven't even given them a whirl yet to see what they are. Let's give them a whirl first. Let's give them a whirl, because I'm telling us, I don't think we need Max. I don't think we need. I would love to have Max Crosby if we don't have to give up a lot. But man, we can win the Super Bowl without Max Crosby. How do I know? Because teams did it last year, and they've been doing it even before this man came in the league. They're winning Super Bowls without Max Crosby. I'm not buying the whole Max Crosby. I'm not telling you Max Crosby's not a good player. I'm not telling you I wouldn't be happy to have Max Crosby. But what I'm not buying is Max Crosby, yeah, man, he gonna make you a top 7. We don't really know that yet. And again, I think we could be how do we know we can't be a top 7 defense without Max Crosby? Lingo Rasta, he said our weaknesses over our playoff years was weak defensive tackle play. All teams did was run the ball against us in the playoffs, and it worked every time. Yeah, Super Bowl teams have great defensive tackles. They have great defensive tackles. And there's a reason why when you look back at that 2024 Super Bowl, there is a reason why there is a player on this team. Let me see here. There is a player on this team. I think his name is Josh Sweat. Josh Sweat was on that Eagles team. Josh Sweat actually said, because Josh Sweat was eating on that Eagles team. He was eating on that Eagles team because the Philadelphia Eagles had great defensive tackles, and Josh Sweat was eating. And one of the things that Josh Sweat said is that the defensive line should have been the MVP of that Super Bowl. And I agree with him. And I bet you Patrick Mahomes agreed too. I bet you Patrick Mahomes agrees too. I bet you he does. And that's why when you think about of all of these edge rushers, does anybody find this to be strange? When you look at the top paid edge rushers in the NFL right now, isn't it strange? When you look at the Super Bowl winning edge rushers, look how far they are down the list. Look at this. Look how far they are down the list. This is bananas. Look how far they are down the list. It is crazy. The Seahawks got Ukina, and they got DeMarcus Lawrence way, way down here. Look at where Josh Sweat is with the Cardinals. Way, way, way down here. Not even in the top 20. How are those teams winning Super Bowls without those top paid edge rushers? Simple. Defensive tackles. And the Cowboys got 2 great defensive tackles now. They don't have good ones. They have great ones. They don't have good ones. They have great ones. The Seattle Seahawks went and got a player that we thought was washed up in DeMarcus Lawrence, and they took that man and won a Super Bowl. So why can't we? Why can't we? I still say people are selling Rashawn Gary short. People are acting like they know that Rashawn Gary is not going to make a difference, and he's not going to be an edge or an edge disrupting edge rusher. I mean, how do people know this? How do people know that Rashawn Gary with Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams, how do people know he's not going to be disruptive? I don't understand it. I don't understand that talk. I don't understand it. So we're gonna see what the Cowboys do. I'm not at this point. I'm not really concerned about Max Crosby because I'm not buying it yet. I'm not buying it because I already know that there are some things that has to happen in order for the Cowboys to do it. So I'm not buying it. I think the Cowboys are going to continue to do what they're doing. They're going to continue to evaluate the talent that they have. They're going to keep evaluating that talent, and they're going to go from there. So depending upon how this team looks against the Rams, I believe, August the 11th, and then how they look against the Saints, because the starters aren't going to play in the preseason games, but they're going to play in those scrimmages. So depending upon how they look against the Rams, depending upon how they look against the Saints, I think that's going to tell us what kind of player they're going to get. I think that's going to tell us something. Country Boy 21, he said Max Crosby will never be in Dallas. Country Boy, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if it's like maybe, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if it happens next year. Because I think the Raiders are going to try to shake him next year. I don't think things are good with the Raiders and Max Crosby. So I think they're going to try to shake him next year. So I won't be surprised if the Cowboys do it next year. And again, they might try to circle the block during the trade deadline. We'll see. But I think right now the Cowboys are going to continue to evaluate the talent that they have, and which is what they should be doing.
Said to them, you talked about.
I don't think there's an urgent reason at this point to just say, yeah, we got to bring in Max Crosby right now, and I just don't think it's going to happen. Not right now. I just don't think it's going to happen.
About the Super Bowl,
you said this is Jerry Jones. This is Jerry Jones on the NFL Network. Let's check him out.
Super Bowl champion of the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones, it's good to see you again. How are you?
I'll tell you what, it's as the old saying goes, good to be seen out here. But seriously, this crowd is inspirational.
Yep.
And we're going to take advantage of it because it's got a lot of, if you will, got a lot of basis. It'll carry us through a lot of days out here, and make no mistake about it. When you're out here doing a drill and you've got 2,000 people watching you do that drill, that's a little of your Super Bowl right there, too. You'll pick it up.
All right, so if I'm a Cowboys fan, I love hearing you talk about the expectations. The last thing you said to them, you talked about the Super Bowl.
You said it.
You did say it.
Say those words.
Well, I don't know how you could do what we do without thinking of the Super Bowl, especially so fresh off, just months away from two teams that didn't even make the playoffs the year before, competing in the Super Bowl, and one of them winning it. So it is attainable, and we've got that kind of, if you will, that spirit.
And again, this is why I keep saying, Miss Matrix, she says, I don't think it's going to happen, G, but we need a Crosby. I don't think we need a Crosby. I would say maybe we need a better player. I don't think we need a Crosby. I really don't. Now, don't get me wrong. Crosby would be nice. I mean, Jordan Brooks. I would still rather have Jordan Brooks over Crosby. But it all depends on how good your defense is. And this is what Seattle did. And this is why I think people need to take notes. And this is why even Jerry Jones, they keep bringing up the Patriots and Seattle. Again, I asked the question earlier. Who is the defensive tackle? Who are the edge rushers? Again, the game-altering edge rushers that the Seattle Seahawks had? Well, now I'm going to ask the next question. Tell me again who are the game-altering edge rushers for the New England Patriots? Who are they? I mean, when you really start thinking about it, those teams just really put together some great teams. That's what they did. They put together some great teams. And they put teams together that was so good. And that's why for every time I hear the argument about whatever this type of player is, well, what is DeMarcus Lawrence then? What is DeMarcus Lawrence? What is DeMarcus Lawrence? DeMarcus Lawrence didn't even bring in double, if I'm not mistaken. DeMarcus Lawrence didn't even bring in double-digit sacks. If I'm not mistaken, DeMarcus Lawrence might have had less sacks than even Rashawn Gary. And if he had more, it couldn't have been more than one. DeMarcus Lawrence, then what kind of player is he? Because I think Rashawn Gary is better than DeMarcus Lawrence. So what kind of player, and again, I think it depends on how good the defense is. And I think that's where the Cowboys are going to go. It all depends on how good the defense is, unless the Raiders just come out and say, we want to cut ties with Max Crosby, and we're going to give you a deal, Dallas, that you can't refuse. Well, if you do that, then, hey, bring him on. But I don't think the Raiders are going to give you a deal that you can't refuse. The better Max Crosby looks, the more they're going to ask for in the deal. I don't think it's going to happen. So the Cowboys need to do exactly what the Seahawks did. Maybe you don't need a Max Crosby. Who is your DeMarcus Lawrence? Which Rashawn Gary, I think, is better. But if we're saying the Cowboys need one or two players, because Steven keeps alluding to it, and he already said it's got to be somebody that makes sense, fits the system. I think that's telling us some things. Temporary expectations. So the question becomes not who is the Max Crosby. Maybe we should be asking another question. Well, who would be our DeMarcus Lawrence? Who would be that player that you could bring in if your team is now defensively good enough and your depth on the defense is good enough? Who is the DeMarcus Lawrence you could bring in? Because when you look at how DeMarcus Lawrence played for the Seahawks, he wasn't an every down player. He was a situational player. And when they put him in them situations, he was always fresh and he got the job done. For example, who could be our DeMarcus Lawrence? There's a player that comes to mind. Von Miller. Von Miller could be the Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence. Because I don't think you need Max Crosby. Because the only thing we're talking about with Max Crosby is edge rushing. We're talking about rushing the passer. That's really what we're talking about. Bottom line, we're not talking about him stopping the run. We're not talking about that. Because in reality, we got a defense, at least on paper. We're going to see what it looks like. But we believe our defense can stop the run. The reason why people want Crosby is for his edge rushing ability. So then maybe you don't need Max Crosby as much as you say, okay, who can be our DeMarcus Lawrence? Who can be the guy that when we get in passing situations, that we can bring him in, line him up opposite of Rashawn Gary, and you already got Quentin and Kenny pushing the middle of the pocket or the middle of the line. So who's the other player you could bring in that has that edge that gets to the quarterback or will get that pressure? I don't think you need Max Crosby if this defense is going to be what we think it is. Maybe it's Von Miller. Maybe it's just that specialist, a guy who just comes in and rushes the passer. I don't really think, call me crazy, but the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because the teams that won the Super Bowl last year, neither one of them had Max Crosby. The teams that were in the playoffs last year, neither of them had Max Crosby. Bottom line. Bottom line. But again, Taj, I challenge you. I'm not telling you he's not a complete player. Is D-Law a complete player? Is DeMarcus Lawrence a complete player? That's all I'm asking. Is he a complete player? Because the Seattle Seahawks did not have this same attitude. And if you go back and look at most of the teams who keep winning the Super Bowl, they don't have this attitude either. They don't see a need to go and say, hey, man, we need to go get a Micah Parsons. Hey, ask Green Bay, how did it work out? We're saying something, but we don't have the facts to back it up. People can tell me all day long what Myles Garrett is, what Max Crosby is. I'll agree they're great players. Danielle Hunter, Michael Parsons, I'll agree they're great edge rushers. They're great pass rushers. But I'm going to come back and tell you the same thing over again, and I got all the facts. I got all the data to back it up. The teams that are winning Super Bowls don't have those players, and they don't even have those caliber of edge rushers playing on their football team. They don't. What they do have, though, is dominant defensive tackles. That's what they all have in common. Dominant defensive tackles that are so good that they just put guys on the edge. They're not great, but they're good. Guys who are advantageous. They can take advantage of the situation. I still say we're underestimating Rashawn Gary. People are just acting like Rashawn Gary is just not going to be good. I beg to differ. I think Rashawn Gary is going to be good. And so again, the Cowboys are doing this right. Don't rush out there and do nothing. See what your defense is when they get in that game against the Rams. Taj, I still say even on our secondary, our question is our cornerbacks, but our safeties. Oh man, we got one of the best safety rooms in the game. We got one of the best safety rooms in the game. And Kobe Durant, we'll see what he does. If DeRon Bland is healthy, we'll see what he does. And so at the end of the day, the Dallas Cowboys might not even go and get might not even go get an edge rusher, might not even go get a linebacker. They might shock everybody and go get a cornerback. But I don't think we need Max Crosby. I'm not buying the Max Crosby argument. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't mind having him. I'm just not buying that you need him. Miss Magic said, I would agree until we're letting some lesser guys go. Until we're letting some lesser guys go to level up. Okay, I'm gonna reword that for me, kind of give me a little bit more clarity. But again, I just keep saying the same thing. For every time we tell me this, I got all the facts and the data that says that it's not true. I got all the facts and the data that says it's not true. Why? Because when you look at all of the top 15 edge rushers in the game, show me the Super Bowls again. Show me the Super Bowls. You don't win Super Bowls with a player. Teams win Super Bowls. Shannon Sharp said it best. I'm just not buying the whole Max Crosby thing. I'm just not buying it. And I'm definitely not buying it because we don't have him. It's like, how do you, if was a fit, we'd all be drunk. You're going to have to do it without Max Crosby the same way that the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks did it. Bottom line. I mean, everybody else is doing it without those edge rushers. We got great defensive tackles. Let's go do it.
That's out here. And we've changed out our coaches, we've changed out our scheme, and we've changed out about 2/3 of the players on defense. The last time that I was involved in that many changes was with Jimmy Johnson, and we won one game that year. Totally different circumstances this time, guys. And these guys are, it's a different game, different time. And I love the way our coaching staff communicates. And they will take the exuberance of the youth of putting it together and get some of the positives you get when they've played together a little while. That's what we've got to work on at camp.
Speaking of that communication, your new defensive coordinator and Christian Parker, has been raved about how he communicates with the young players. A lot of your draft picks were on the defensive side. Some of your free agents were on the defensive side. How confident are you in that the decisions that you made this offseason, you're going to get this defense turned around?
Well, I know that we took a step forward if we did get better communication. This game today, what we asked those players to do, they have got to be in sync with each other out on the field. You can only go so far on the sideline. You've got to have that out there with each other And it's got to be like breathing. It can't be awkward and say, wait a minute, he didn't hear me right. Stop the play. Let's go back. That don't work out here. But we interviewed some tremendous people to lead our defense. But Parker showed that skill, those communication skills, along with just the fact that he has a certain presence that exudes positiveness. Can do.
On the offensive side of the football, you have a pair of 1,000-yard receivers. CeeDee Lamb, his contract's been taken care of. George Pickens is going to play this season on the franchise tag. You talked about him earlier this week. If I'm a Cowboys fan, my ears perked up when you said, hey, there's a possibility he's going to be around here long term. And I'm sure fans are saying, how in the world do we get that done?
Well, first of all, they've got the right basis of asking that question. And that is, you just have so much to allocate around. The thought of potentially having a Pickens at his potential and Lamb on the same team to go with Prescott and go with our other offensive players at a time when we think this offensive line protection, the running game, we think that this is the time that would warrant loading up in a position like that. That should give us an edge. This year will let us show that and see that. And so I think there's a very good possibility that he will be there. And, yes, we'll make it work. We'll have to go light in some other places if you should do that.
Well, Jerry, it's been quiet around here this offseason. You know, it's unusual.
Now, you think about something that people keep saying about the Dallas Cowboys. Let me go back and read a couple of these. Miss Matrix said, somebody said we don't need any more players. I would say, as far as we don't need any more players, we're gonna see. We're gonna see, because again, the litmus test game for the Cowboys is the Rams, August the 11th. And the reason why I'm saying that is, do y'all remember how good we looked in training camp? I mean, we looked so good in training camp. And then we played the Rams in that scrimmage. Oh, my gosh. They were running wide open. And we were just all like, y'all remember last year? Oh, it's just scrimmage. It was more than a scrimmage. It was a premonition. That's what it was. It's a premonition. Everything the Rams did in that game, it got done to us in the regular season. So the true gauge will be August the 11th. Because, again, you're not going to see a lot of the starters in the preseason games. You probably won't see any. So the true litmus test will be the Rams and then the Saints. I think once we play the Rams, depending upon how everything looks, I think things are going to be heating up. And in between that, unless the Raiders just jump out there and say, man, we want to shake Max Crosby now, and then things get to moving. But I don't think Jordan Brooks is going to happen. But I say we got to wait a couple of more weeks before we say we don't need players. My issue is, I'm just saying, Cowboys fans just need to temper their expectations. Temper your expectations. Because, Golden Lion, he's like, stack that defense. Yeah, well, Max Crosby don't mean you're stacking the defense. You could bring in another player. And if that player fits the system and he's got some juice, because I'm telling us right now, the thing that we're really talking about is edge. We're talking about rushing the quarterback. And I'm not sure the Cowboys are going to do it because I think Von Miller's going to be asking for some serious money. He's going to be asking for some serious money. But if you're just talking about rushing the passer, that's probably a guy like Von Miller. Because I don't think you need Bobby Wagner. I think you're going to be fine stopping the run. But if you're talking about a pass rush specialist, Von Miller could actually be your DeMarcus Lawrence. He could be your DeMarcus Lawrence or a player like him. Now, don't get me wrong. Max Crosby would be supercharged. That'd be great to get Max Crosby. But I just want to encourage us to understand, but you don't really need a Max Crosby level player if this defense is going to be what we think it is. You just need another player to when we talk about impact player, what's an impact player? You can actually be below Max Crosby and be an impact player. And the reason why I'm saying this is because, again, I'm saying this because of DeMarcus Lawrence. Let me show you what DeMarcus Lawrence did last year. When you look at DeMarcus Lawrence's, when you look at what he did in a vacuum, when you look at what he did in a vacuum, it might not look as good. But when you look at what DeMarcus Lawrence did last year with the Seattle Seahawks as a whole, DeMarcus Lawrence, man, he did a lot of impactful things. Let's put it like that. He did a lot of impactful things. This is DeMarcus Lawrence last year. And this is why I say, what is an impact player? When you got a good defense with a good system, what's an impact player? Because DeMarcus Lawrence was actually an impact player for him. DeMarcus Lawrence last year, he played 16 games. He had 1 pass defended. He forced 3 fumbles. He had 3 fumble returns for 56 yards. He had 2 of those fumble returns for touchdowns. Do you realize he had less sacks than Rashawn Gary? This is why I know Rashawn Gary is better than DeMarcus Lawrence. I just think he's better. But DeMarcus Lawrence, he only had 6 sacks, but they were impactful sacks. He only had 53. He had 53 combo tackles, 24 solo. So he had 24 solo, 29 assisted, 11 tackles for loss. He had 20 quarterback hits. Wow, really? Yeah, that's called impact. Some people are wanting Max Crosby because they think Max Crosby is going to bring them he's going to bring the Cowboys double-digit sacks. Because people keep saying Rashawn Gary's not going to get double-digit sacks. Well, DeMarcus Lawrence didn't get double-digit sacks. He absolutely didn't. He didn't get double-digit sacks. And that's why I asked the question, what is an impact player? Because DeMarcus Lawrence, while he wasn't impactful for the Cowboys, especially in 2024, he only played 4 games. We couldn't keep him on the field. It was like we just couldn't keep him on the field all the time. But in the grand scheme of things, he didn't do anything for Dallas. But then you look in 2023, 2022, 17 games. But when you look at what he did in Seattle, it was crazy. He was an impact player. And he did almost as much in Seattle and didn't play every single snap. But he was impactful. Why? Because the Seattle Seahawks had a very good system. The Cowboys are running a similar system with Christian Parker. We just got to see what it looks like with the players. Bottom line. Yeah, Rose, I'd rather have Jordan Brooks. I don't think that's going to happen either, but we'll see. Never know. Troy Aikman might do us a solid. Yeah, Patricia Shelley, the big thing is Cowboys just got to be good as a team because that's how Seattle did what they did. They were good as a team. And you need some luck, too. The Seattle Seahawks, they got some calls from the referees. You just need all of that stuff. I mean, you just need everything. To win a Super Bowl, you need so many things to go right. You really do. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm just saying what I'm saying about Max Crosby. Would love to have Max Crosby. Don't get me wrong. I just want to make sure we don't give up George Pickens to get him. But would love to have Max Crosby in here in Dallas. And I tell you this, you get Max Crosby, you better win the Super Bowl this year. Because I don't think you can keep Max Crosby, Quinnen Williams with his extension, and then bring back George Pickens next year. So you better win it this year if you get Max Crosby. You better win it this year. Miss Major said exactly, G, you're saying what I'm saying. Don't we need him to elevate the players around him? Didn't we see Osa look a trillion times better next to Micah? D-Law look better with a great supporting cast. And I think Rashawn Gary will look better with a great supporting cast. And if we bring in another player, we just need an impact player. They don't have to have the impact of Max Crosby, but hey, Miss Majors, if we get him, I'm hallelujah on that. But I got a feeling, Miss Matrix, you tell me what you think. I got a feeling the Cowboys are trying to get they're trying to find an impact player that they're not going to have to break the bank for. I think that's what they're going to try to do. I think they're just going to try to find an impact player they don't have to break the bank for. But again, what is an impact player? Because I can tell you this, man, when you look at these DeMarcus Lawrence stats, when you look at them in a vacuum, you're like, they're not that good. But when you look at what they contributed to the team, they were dang good, man. They were great. Little D Texas, I tell you what, if we can just get to mid-pack on not even committing penalties, we're going to probably win at least 3 more games. We're going to probably win 3 more games if we don't commit penalties. But again, I'll tell you, I'm just not going to get myself psyched up about Max Crosby. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I just can't do it, especially when you look at what they were trying to get what the Cowboys offered the first time. I mean, what are they going to offer this time? I mean, what are they going to offer? But we'll see.
That's a good thing, by the way.
I mean, it is, but I'm used to, talking about the Cowboys all through the offseason, stuff going on, things happening, things not happening. Last year, Michael Parsons was a big deal around here. First of all, are you in the business to making some type of a big splash here? You talk about how close you are to winning that championship. Could we possibly see something coming up in the near future?
I'm sorry I interrupt you, but let me answer the first part.
Yeah.
When it gets too quiet, I know how to stir it up. And I have
you have a PhD in that. That's pretty good.
We have been doing that for 35 years around here. So I agree with you. You can get too quiet. But in the case of what we're doing relative to our players, contract negotiation, those kinds of things, the players, the people that represent them, the agents, they have a lot to do with that as well. And then our own exuberance, we didn't have to get loud because some things were really working for us in putting this group together. So I think it's a sign that we've made some good progress in the offseason.
So, Jerry, you're the owner of one of the biggest global brands there is. You're also a huge fan on top of everything else. So I'm wondering, when things don't go exactly the way you want them to, how does that stick with you if you don't get it done on a Sunday? Are you able to kind of wash it away and say, we'll get ready for the next day? Or are you like the rest of us fans? You're like, this stinks.
No, I'll tell you what, I can get lower than a crippled cricket's ass. Okay, so but I have to get it. But I have to get it back up again. Okay.
He did not say that.
No, seriously. But so I've invented low.
Yeah.
But I'm up there with some of the best at getting high.
Yeah.
And so.
Miss Major, let me ask you a question. And Miss Major, think about this. So let's just say right now with this Cowboys defense, because I think it's going to look really good. I really do. I think this defense is going to look really, really good, and I think it's going to get better as the season goes on. But, Miss Matrix, let me ask you a question. So let's say the defense is actually playing really, really good with the current way that it is. Let me pull that defense back up real quick. Let me pull this back up. Hold on a second. And everybody else, y'all chime in. So let me ask you this. Because I'm telling us, and Jerry Jones just kind of mentioned this, and other people are taking notice of this. The Cowboys actually have a really good roster. On paper, this defensive roster, let me tell y'all something. Dan Quinn would eat with this roster. I'm telling you now. Dan Quinn would eat with this roster as a coach. So let me ask y'all this. Miss Matrix, tell me what you think. So when you look at this roster as it is currently constructed, and I think this defense is going to be pretty good, wouldn't a DeMarcus Lawrence level of player, if you brought a DeMarcus Lawrence level of player to this team, don't you think he would be an impact player? I mean, this defense is actually good enough that if you even lined up DeMarcus Lawrence opposite of Rashawn Gary, how much better do you think you'd be? How much better do you think you'd be? This defense is different. This is a very well-constructed defense. When you got a defense like this, don't get me wrong. Yeah, if you can get Max Crosby and you don't have to give up Pickens and you don't have to give up the entire farm for Max Crosby and you can bring him in, oh yeah, he's going to look really good on this unit. But yeah, I just don't know about the Max Crosby thing if you're going to get it. So this roster, it looks really good on paper. How good do you think DeMarcus Lawrence would be on this roster? Because I think this roster is better than any defense that DeMarcus Lawrence played on. How good would he be on this? I'll even go further. Riddle me this. How much better do you think jadeveon Clowney would look on that defense? Does anybody think jadeveon Clowney with that defense could actually be an impact player? You got Rashawn Gary lined up opposite of jadeveon Clowney, and you got Quentin Williams and Kenny Clark at defensive tackle. This is the question I know, because you can even hear it in Stephen Jones's voice. They're going to be looking for a player that fits the system and can make an impact. It don't mean Max Crosby maximum level of what people are envisioning with sugar plums dancing in their head. I think it's going to be more of, because think about when the Cowboys were trying to get Max Crosby. The Cowboys were trying to get Max Crosby because if the Cowboys get Max Crosby, we don't even know what their draft looks like. What does it look like? The Cowboys were actually, giving up a 20? I think they were giving up a 20 and something else. What would the draft have looked like with Max Crosby? You wouldn't even have as many quality players if you would have got Max Crosby. I know some people say, well, he's with 2 or 3 players. Okay. But you still need depth, and I think the Cowboys got some pretty good depth. But again, I'm just wondering, when you look at this roster, and it looks really, really good, especially with some of the stuff we're starting to see in training camp. My question is this. What would DeMarcus Lawrence do in this defense? Because I think he would make you better. I think you would be better with a DeMarcus Lawrence level player in this defense. Ms. Major said Max or similar caliber. Who else is out there? I just don't think you're going to get Max. I just don't think you're going to get Max Crosby. And that's why I keep saying we need to temper our expectations. Who's out there similar to Max Crosby? You're just not going to get Crosby. I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, Clowney was already an impact player last year, but I wouldn't want him this year. History shows he doesn't have 2 good years in a row. Okay. And again, all I'm saying is I don't think we're going to get Max Crosby. But I still even ask the other question, though. Do you need Max Crosby on a good defense? Because the Seattle Seahawks didn't need a Max Crosby caliber player to go to the Super Bowl and win. They didn't need a Max Crosby caliber player because the system was good, the players were good, the team was good. They didn't need Max Crosby. DeMarcus Lawrence was a good enough impact player. And that's why I'm asking, like, what's an impact player? Is it DeMarcus Lawrence level? What level is it? Because if Max Crosby is the baseline, then you might as well not even get nobody. You might as well not even get nobody if Max Crosby is the baseline, because there's not many Max Crosbys out there. There's not many Max Crosbys out there, especially when he's healthy. There's not many Max Crosbys out there. Again, I don't know at this point, and this is why the Cowboys are in this evaluation part. I just don't think you got to see if you need that kind of productivity, because if you need that kind of productivity, you probably got some other issues. But if you need that type of productivity, understand you're going to have to give up a lot. You're going to have to give up a lot. You're not giving up a little. You're giving up a lot. Lil D Texas said, better play it out. We only got 5 picks next draft. Yes, exactly. And again, Lil D Texas. And if you bet the farm on Max Crosby, you got to win it this year. I don't even think you can do it next. You got to win it this year. You will be able to do little to no movement next year if you go and bet that draft next year on Max Crosby, because I'm telling you, if you don't win it this year with George, you won't have George to help you next year. And as good as Ryan Flanoy is, let me tell y'all something. Man, I just don't think people understand what George Pickens is. Ryan Flanoy is not going to make up that kind of productivity. George Pickens, people talk about a ceiling. I don't think he has one. I'm at a point right now, I don't think George Pickens has a ceiling. And I really think this is where Jerry is really betting the farm, is George Pickens. He said almost as much, that when you have George and CD and Dak and those things, and if you need be, you might have to be short in some other areas. I mean, we don't want Jerry to go all the way back to that, but Jerry's got in his mind, and you can tell because other people are saying it too, if the Cowboys can have an average defense, they're going to compete. And that's why I keep asking. I mean, what are we calling an impact player? Yeah, Miss Mason, I get what you're saying. No, having Max is not necessary to win a Super Bowl. Yeah, we're talking about Dallas, though. We need more. Always do. Maybe it's coaching and front office issues more than an impact player. We got the coaches, I believe, in the front office, so we're going to see. But I think what they're going to do, Miss Matrix, they're going to continue to evaluate, and depending on what it looks like, I really think that's going to determine the level of player they go get. I really think that's going to determine the level of player, because that's kind of what Stephen Jones is alluding to. Yeah, we're going to see what level of player, what level of team we have, and then we'll go from there. But, you can look at that two different ways, too. I really wouldn't be surprised, though, Max Crosby. I really wouldn't be surprised if Max Crosby is a trade deadline pickup. I'd be shocked if they got Max Crosby within the next few weeks. I think you give the Raiders time to stink. Give them time to stink. Let them go ahead and stink it up. Let them go like 0-8, or let them go 2-6. Let them go 1-7. Let them go 3-5, and everything is looking bleak from there. And now you ready to put Mendoza in? By trade deadline, you may get the Raiders to the point of where when you circle the block, see, the Cowboys tried to get Quentin Williams last year at the beginning of the season with that Michael Parsons trade, and the Jets said no. But then when the Jets figured out they were going to be nothing but poo-poo, they figured out with Justin Fields and the rest of that cast, they were basically nothing but poo-poo. The Cowboys circled the block, and guess who they got? Quentin Williams. So I believe if the Cowboys get Max Crosby, I think it will be a trade deadline issue more than it will be a beginning of the season issue. Ms. Matrix said, didn't they put on pass today? Not yet. They put them on Monday. She said, I'm going to have to find some clips to see what they did today. I got the clips. Stay tuned. I got all the clips for you today. Y'all talking like y'all saw a brand new defense already. They looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I'm going to show you some stuff today.
That really, in a way, is why I'm sitting here. That's why I'm involved. I get to be with guys like you guys. Look at the age of everybody I'm around. Look at the age of the coaches. Look at the age of the players. If I don't look in a mirror, I get to thinking I'm that age. It's therapeutic. But the most important thing is that I didn't get here. I couldn't have dreamed that football, the NFL, would be where we are economically. I couldn't have envisioned that. I thought all my life
Wait a minute,
I was
where
going to
Brittany
have
said
to
it
have
is?
other things to help me pay as we went through competing with the Cowboys. But I wanted it
Brittany
so
said the
bad.
defense
I
got
just
ran
wanted
over.
to be a part of these fans. I wanted to be a part of on the field. We were visiting with some people that in the off season. And I said, how's it feel to run on the field and look at that crowd and hear that noise and do all that kind of stuff? Oh, yeah, they can make you want to hide, but there's nothing like it.
Nothing like it. I want to ask you about your new safety and Caleb
Yeah, I
Downs
saw him,
out of
Christian.
Ohio State. Just his impact, what do you expect to see from him from his rookie year?
We've had some great safeties here. Darren Woodson comes to my mind immediately and quickly. And I know the difference that a Darren Woodson made in the overall. Safety has traditionally been, well, it's not the quarterback, it's not the cover guy, it's not the pressure player. But let me tell you something. When it is the guy, it can make a difference in all of those areas. He can do that. He can do that. Plus, on the way home here to this where we are right now, that nickel position, that getting closer to the line, which you usually think of from a D-back's perspective as a safety, little linebackerish, little cover, little of all of that. He was built. They ought to call it, they shouldn't call it nickel, they ought to call it downs. Really, he was built for that. And so we're excited about that. Guy has become as integral as a cover guy or a pressure guy. So we are well aware, anybody that's ever been around him, we all say the very same thing. Just his savvy, his instinct, his awareness, plus he can execute. That's he's a really outstanding addition for us. The thing about those types of players, they make everybody better. Now, I know everybody says that, so it's almost a cliche, but they do.
Yep.
They make everybody better. Matter of fact, they make you better because when you miss, he'll get them. So you get better when it happens. You don't get the negatives around you.
No
but
question.
He's an outstanding player. Now, as old Parcells used to say, let's don't unknowing him to the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Let's don't do that.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with looking at what you see. And what you see mirrors little of what I'm talking about.
Certainly has a chance to be a special player, no question about it. Jerry Jones, thanks for taking some time. We always enjoy our training camp visit.
Well, first of all, I like you sitting right here in this end zone. But can you believe that the weather
I know
that we're sitting here operating in? Now, the big challenge is soft tissue, pulls. Out here, you can get more reps without abusing that soft tissue than you can any place in the country.
Well.
So we've been coming here for almost 45 years, but we've been right here at Oxnard a little over 20. So it's good to be here.
Yeah, we love the heat. In fact, you should have seen me dancing before he came on. My oily hips were feeling great. Really feel good. Thanks so much.
I've got a spot that opens about midnight down there that enjoy your dancing a little bit down there too.
I'm going to take you up on that. Perhaps.
Oh, man.
Jerry
Jerry,
Jones,
stop it,
thank you
bro.
so much.
Boy, is Jerry talking about the strip clubs, man? Think Jerry talking about them script clubs, man. Jerry talking about them script clubs. Calm down, Jerry. Calm down, bro. All right, so let's see. For the sake of time, I'm gonna save some of this for later on today. I'm gonna be live today, Sunday. I didn't know they were practicing today, yesterday. So I guess they'll probably practice today too. So I got a whole lot more stuff to show us. We'll do Lamb tomorrow, and we'll roll through some of the player interviews tomorrow. And then I'm gonna skip to the Romo update.
Here we go.
Man, let me tell y'all something. Y'all remember when I was talking about Tony Romo last week? And I know some people thought I was being hard on Romo, maybe. I don't know I think maybe a couple of people did, but in the grand scheme of things, man, Romo, you know, what you're seeing with Romo is kind of, like I said, this is Romo. Romo doesn't focus, man. This is one of his problems was with Dallas, I believe. Just didn't focus because he's so talented at so many things. Well, you know, it's come to fruition. You know, I know y'all have seen some of the videotape and stuff like that with Tony Romo, and now they were saying there was an open container. Allegedly, there was an open container, they're saying, inside of this, inside of the car. And even when you look at Romo and they got him going through all of the, sobriety tests, man, Romo is straight tripping on them sobriety tests, man. Well, it looks like, and remember what I told y'all? They had been calling, this was last year, they were calling for Tony Romo's job. People are fed up with Tony Romo. I don't know what's going on, but they are fed up with Tony Romo because some people were saying last year he wasn't calling the games good. And Tony Romo, he came back with some kind of excuse and said he was going to get better. And now we see Tony Romo, same thing he was doing in Dallas, can't leave the golf course alone. I guess he went to play some golf, according to him. And then he said it was going to his grandparents' house or something to that effect. And they're saying that his grandparents are dead on both sides or something of that degree, and said they had the open thing in there and he failed the sobriety test or whatever the case may be. Well, let's kind of look at the update on this thing because it's absolutely crazy. It says here, after playing 13 years, let me go back up here. Long story short, Tony Romo has been put on a leave of absence by CBS. Says he ascended quickly, becoming part of the top team in CBS Sports. He was paired up with Jim Nantz to call the biggest games of the network. Romo is on leave indefinitely, and they have replaced him with J.J. Watt. I'm going to tell you now, you better hope J.J. Watt pull a Jason Witten. Y'all know Jason Witten wasn't good on Monday Night Football. You better hope J.J. Watt pull a Jason Witten. You better hope so. Says it is unclear when Romo will return to CBS Sports. The network announced Romo would be on leave until further notice, not providing a timeline for the former quarterback's return to the broadcast booth. I hate this for Tony Romo. I absolutely hate this for Tony Romo. But, man, let me tell you something. You paying me $18 million a year for 10 years? Man, I'm not even going to have a Capri Sun open when I'm driving anywhere. I'm not even going to have a Capri Sun. I'm sorry. I'm not even going to have a Capri Sun. And I still don't understand this part. Why is Tony Romo not just $18 million a year from CBS Sports? Tony Romo has a Skechers deal. And I guarantee you that Skechers deal is a multi-million-dollar deal. Tony Romo has to be making in excess of 20-something million per year. And you're driving? Bro. Bro, ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, man. I'm not driving myself anywhere. I'm not driving myself anywhere. And I don't get it. I don't even understand the Tony Romo thing. It just don't make any logical sense, Cowboys Nation. It don't make logical sense. Why are you driving, bruh? And you got an open container in the car. There is no way I would be driving. And let me give you another part of this, because people are calling for Romo's job. I was trying to find this part. The fans, there are people, because they was already calling for his job. They want Romo out, man. They want Romo out. They want him out. And there's probably some bad blood here. This is something that was said here about the negotiations. It says According to Colin Cowherd, that deal resulted in internal resentment from the network against the former Cowboys quarterback. This is what Colin Cowherd is reporting. He said when you go into contract negotiations, there was a moment in time that Tony Romo had tremendous leverage over CBS, Cowherd said on the House of Strauss podcast. He squeezed them for every nickel. Every nickel. Even if you have leverage, it will create some resentment somewhere upstairs. And I've always thought with the CBS execs, they don't defend him quite as quickly. Or when this recent story came out, reportedly, the first 2 days, nobody from CBS contacted him. That's what I heard from somebody who would know. And I thought, is there resentment upstairs because he had them? He had them dead to rights, and he got every penny he wanted. It made executives uncomfortable. There was a lot of questions. They had to take calls. There's a very well-documented trip by Sean McManus down to Dallas to talk to Romo. I find the Tony Romo dynamic with CBS fascinating. Oh, yeah. oh, yeah. Yeah, hey, man, let me tell you something. I bet you when they heard Tony Romo got pulled over, boy, I bet they were wrong. Boy, I bet they were like, got him. I bet they were like, got him. And a lot of people, man, when you look at the video, a lot of people say that the lady cop was kind of, doing, kind of grandstanding. And she was kind of doing some questionable things. But in the grand scheme of things, man, you could tell Tony, allegedly, but something wasn't right about Tony. That's all I'm saying. Something wasn't right about Tony. He said he performed poorly on standardized field sobriety tests. Additionally, upon a search in the vehicle, police discovered an open bottle of an alcoholic beverage inside the car as well. And so, of course, we already know what happened. And they are calling for Tony Romo's job over there. They are calling for Tony Romo's job. It says here, Tony Romo has $72 million left on his deal. CBS executives are reportedly looking closely at the morals clause in Romo's contract. If they choose to end their relationship with him, this arrest, along with ongoing concerns, here it is, about his preparation habits, might give CBS the legal grounds to terminate the contract without paying the remainder of the money. Yeah. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something. To whom much is given, much is expected. Bottom line. Bottom line, man. Bottom line. I'm sorry, you're not paying me $18 million, and I'm not always cognitive of everything I'm doing and saying. Lil D Texas said, got too much money not to have a designated driver. My kids drive me for free. That was stupid. Yes, sir, bro. Lil D Texas, I don't understand it. I cannot figure out for the life of me why it was... Man, I don't know about y'all, but when I saw the video of Tony Romo, I was like, this must be a joke. I said, this must be a joke. This can't be Tony Romo. I'm sorry. I'm not being funny. But if I was making $18 million a year, and we're not even talking about that Sketcher money and whatever else he got going on. Man, let me tell you something. If I'm $18 million deep or more, I'm going to look like I'm $18 million deep. You'll never catch me looking like that. I promise you. Man, Tony didn't even look right. I couldn't even believe it was Tony Romo. I just couldn't believe it was Tony Romo. You wouldn't catch me looking like that, and you wouldn't catch me driving myself. And especially if I feel like I want to drink, which I don't do that anyway. You wouldn't find me looking like that. Man, Tony, I don't know. From everything they're saying, where Tony was coming from and where Tony was coming from or where he was going, I don't know. I'm pretty sure a lot of this is going to come out. But this is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. And I'm telling you now, Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. They are looking to replace Tony Romo. They're looking to replace him. When you go get J.J. Watt, nah, you serious? You want to replace him? Yeah, Miss Major said that's exactly what happened, G. What other time is the body cam footage released the same day? Yeah. And then, Miss Matrix, it was the second body cam footage that was really bad. Man. Shoot, Mike Pena said, I'm a truck driver and I can afford a driver when I'm out with my lady. Shoot, yeah, bro. I promise you, I'm not driving nowhere with, and I'm $18 million deep. I bet you that. I'm not driving myself around. I'm definitely not gonna be caught out there looking like Tony Romo was. Man, Tony Romo looked like, I don't know what. I don't even understand it. I don't even understand what was going on with Tony Romo that day. But I'm telling you now, they are looking to get rid of Tony Romo because people were already calling for his job. They were. It says whether this is a permanent move or not, the network still hasn't said. CBS has told reporters only that it will release the remainder of its NFL on CBS roster at a later date, which suggests even the network hasn't finished deciding how the rest of this lineup will shake out. That kind of silence 3 weeks before the preseason opener tends to mean more still being worked out behind the scenes. But here's the part most coverage has glossed over. J.J. Watt is not a surprise hire plucked from outside the building. He's been inside CBS Sports for 3 full seasons. He joined the NFL Today as a studio analyst in 2023, right after retiring from the league, and spent 2 seasons building his on-air reputation from behind the desk. Then ahead of the 2025 season, CBS moved him out of the studio entirely into the game booth, pairing him with play-by-play voice Ian Eagle and sideline reporter Evan Washburn on network's number 2 broadcast team. That means Watt walks into this assignment having already called a full season of NFL games. This is quite in contrary to what things had looked like for Romo. Yeah, they looking to get rid of Romo. I'm telling you. If they can find an out on Romo's contract, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. It says for this part, Watt hasn't done before is a work alongside Jim Nantz or Tracy Wolfson in a regular booth. Romo has been Nantz's partner since 2017, and Wolfson has spent years alongside that pairing as CBS's lead sideline reporter, while Watt's assigned team down in number 2 slot ran through Eagle and Washburn. But when you bring in J.J. Watt, nah, you're looking to replace him. It says where Romo built his reputation calling out plays before they happen, Watt, a 3-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year, leans on explaining why a front rush or coverage develops the way it does, drawing on a Hall of Fame caliber defensive career rather than trying to outpredict his predecessor. Early reaction from people inside sports media has generally been favorable, with the recurring praise being that he sounds conversational rather than rehearsed. And again, people have been calling for Romo's job long before this happened. They've already been tripping on him. So again, man, when you bring in J.J. Watt, shoot, bruh, it's over, man. It's shoot. Only way Romo getting that job back is that they can't let him go. Without paying him the money. It's the only way he's gonna keep that job. Yep, it says CBS isn't a contract the network can walk away from lightly. Bench him, and the network is still paying one of the highest paid salaries in sports broadcasting for someone not on the air. $72 million. $72 million. That is crazy. It says, furthermore, Romo's leave didn't hit a stable lineup, but one that was already mid-shuffle. Jason McCourty, who had been calling games for CBS's number 4 broadcast team alongside Andrew Catalon, signed a new multi-year exclusive deal with ESPN this summer, pulling him off CBS games entirely. Charles Davis, who worked the same booth, is also gone From the NFL side, he's shifting to lead college football coverage. This leads CBS needing to rebuild an entire fourth broadcast team from scratch on top of finding temporary answer for number 2 booth since Watts moved up a hole leaves a hole next to Ian Eagle. But again, all I'm telling you is they had already been calling for Romo's job, y'all. I told y'all that last week. Yeah, they'd already been calling for Romo's job. So Romo put himself in this situation, man. I feel sorry for him, but come on, Romo, bro. You got to do better than that, man. You got to do better than that, bro. I'm telling you, I'm not even putting rubbing alcohol on a sore before I go somewhere with that kind of money. I'm just not doing it, bro. I'm not using rubbing alcohol. I'm not using anything that could give that impression, bro. I'm not even having to open soda pop can in my car. It is crazy that Tony Romo was actually driving himself around. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Praying for Romo, get a second chance, bro. Get yourself together. This is dumb. It's just dumb stuff, bro. It's dumb. Just shouldn't be doing it. All right, let me give you one more segment, and then we're going to watch all the big plays from day 3. All the big plays from day 3. I want to make sure I cover this because I've been putting it back for quite a while. But this is another segment that somebody was doing.
We got to move to Dallas, Albert.
Albert Breer and Connor Orr, they were talking about how good can the Cowboys be? How good can the Cowboys be? Check this out.
I'm going to botch this, but Dak Prescott and the offense are calling this the greatest offense there was or something like that. There is just
I think it was greatest. It's Schotty, right? G-O-T-I. Greatest offense there is. Is that it?
Greatest offense there is. I'm so bought in. And what's crazy about it is I am to the point where, and you can go back and read what I said about Jerry Jones after the Micah Parsons trade last year. It's the meanest thing I've said about someone over the age of 80 in my life. And he is like one more decent personnel move away from making me think that this was a masterstroke.
Anthony Johnson, Anthony Johnson. Could you see Ryan Clark with CBS? Anthony Johnson, let me tell you something. The best thing for Ryan Clark to do is to focus on his own platform. It's the best thing for him to do. People are just not going to, they just don't want that baggage. Ryan Clark, man, he sometimes has some stances that it's just not popular with a lot of people. And when you got those kind of stances, man, just keep your own platform. You don't need these networks. But again, I mean, Andre, could you really see Ryan Clark on CBS, especially as conservative as they are? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No, there'll be no. At least I don't think there'll be no Ryan Clark over at CBS, especially he on podcast crying, talking about he couldn't be himself and all that. Nah, nobody want to deal with that, man.
And then I think that the Cowboys can go to the Super Bowl. That's insane. I can't believe we're here, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, part of the risk with the training camp trip is drinking the Kool-Aid everywhere. You know what I mean? Like
I'm bathing in it. Yeah.
I try to be careful with that. But it's hard not to get excited watching them. And I had a really interesting conversation with Dak Prescott.
This is why I was laughing when Jerry said, y'all don't think we can win the Super Bowl. And this is why I pushed back, because I'm like, he must be talking about the Dallas media. Because when you listen to a lot of people outside of the Dallas media, you just heard McCourty. Now you're hearing Albert Breer, Connor Orr. I mean, you're hearing Damian Foxworthy, Chris Canty. I mean, you're hearing so many people. I mean, it's getting louder and louder that people think the Cowboys can compete for a Super Bowl. And I'm telling you now, don't let the Cowboys beat the Baltimore Ravens in Rio de Janeiro. I'm just telling you now, if they beat the Baltimore Ravens, they beat the Houston Texans, and they beat the Green Bay Packers, y'all, let me tell you something. Y'all not going to want to even listen to the media talk about the Cowboys if the Cowboys mess around in those first 6 games. If they mess around and be 4-2, 5-1, 6-0, it's over with. It's over. You won't even want to listen to the media. That's why I was like, Jerry is really must be only saying this to the Dallas media. Because everyone you keep listening to, they all sound similar to this. They think the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl.
Yesterday about this and leaning into Super Bowl expectations, and they're not running from it. Like, this is intentional. Like, I think Dak realizes he's not going to get a million shots at this, and he's now going into his 11th year. And, you understand, I think, when these guys get further into their careers, they understand how precious every chance is. And like, I think they sort of view it as like they're the reverse of the Texans, right? Like, if they can just be pretty good on defense, the offense has a chance.
And this is why I keep coming back to the Max Crosby issue. The Cowboys just think if they can just get the defense to be average. What's average? Well, if there's 32 teams, what do you call average? I would call it middle of the pack. They probably believe if they can get that defense between 14 and 18, and when you got an offense like they have, if that defense can just get a few more stops, a couple of more turnovers, a few more sacks, and get that offense a couple of more chances at the rock, they feel like they can probably score 30-plus points on every single team they play. And they may be like a couple of these teams who didn't have top 10 defenses, but the offenses were so potent they can still win the Super Bowl. It's very few, but they could be one of them because they got some weapons. So again, with the Cowboys, you kind of wonder, like, what are they looking at? Because you've heard them all say, I haven't heard one of them yet say, yeah, we need a top 10 defense. No, Jerry said if the defense just would have been average, we'd have contended last year. Everybody keeps saying, just like he said, if the defense was average, the Cowboys are going to be contenders. I'll be honest with you, I would much rather have a top 10 defense. Yeah, I'd much rather have it. I'd much rather have a top 10 defense. Because I think if you put a top 10 defense with an offense like this, you're going to be hard to stop. You're going to be hard to stop. And I still believe no matter how good your offense is, defense wins championships. I still believe that. No matter how good your offense is, unless you're putting up 40-plus points in the playoffs, if you're going to put up, 38 and 40-plus points in the playoffs, well, you probably are going to go to the Super Bowl with an average defense. But it never fails. You always run up against that one team. No matter how good you are, you always run up against that one team that gets your number. And when they get your number and you run into that team that says, nah, bro, no matter what, y'all not scoring more than 17 points today, then you're going to need your defense to say, well, y'all not scoring more than 13 points. So I would much rather have a top 10 defense, but we got to see. We'll see where it gets by the end of the year. But this is what they're all thinking. If the Cowboys defense can be average.
To be the basis of a championship team, so, it's going to take some things coming together, of course. Like, left tackle's a big one. Can they get Tyler Guyton to play like a first-round pick? He's fighting with Nate Thomas for that spot now.
No, he's not.
That's an intentional thing. Jaden Blue is somebody like that. If he comes along, and that with Jake Ferguson, they've got like a layer of second level, weapons to go behind CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. And then defensively, there are a lot of questions, but there's also talent on that side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
But I just watched the rhythm and the tempo that they were practicing with. It looked it just looks good for that early in camp. They're only in their second day, and it looked like the team was very, very locked in.
Ms. Matrix, you
The
see
Dallas
how they talking?
Cowboys have
2 days of
catnip
practice
for me.
Oh, by the way,
which
they ran sprints after practice too.
They
I
talking
forgot to
2
post
days
that
of
on my
practice, Ms.
Instagram,
Matrix.
but that took me back.
be still my beating heart. Oh my God. All right.
Isn't that great?
Because this is catnip for me.
Do you
man.
remember as a kid dreading the end of practice because that was when because the coach was going to blow his whistle and you would have to go back to the goal line and if you didn't run the 10 of them good, then you'd have to run 12 or 14.
Me and my friend John would run like this with our middle finger out facing the coach who kept blowing the whistle. And we did sprints, we did sit-ups, we did hills. Oh my God, it's a nightmare. I just went back to my old high school.
Yeah.
The hills that we ran for practice got developed into like this state-of-the-art stands for like a all-season softball field. And I was just like, there goes the toughness, there goes the toughness.
We had I can still remember I have trauma from it, but I still remember the conditioning from 2-a-days. We called them doubles back then, but it was I think it was 8 50-yard sprints, a lap around the field, games in the league in a row. So they had a 23-game league streak, and we had to do every day that week. We had to do
field. I can say anything I want sitting here. I mean, I love Clayton Adams. I think he's a future head coach. I think Christian Parker, I've had him pegged for the head coaching seat for a while. I thought that Brian Schottenheimer's hired well. I thought they did a great job on the personnel front here. But what are you seeing? What strikes you in training camp as you make your way through these United States?
Well, I think the Cowboys have a right to have high expectations. Again, I've only seen, now I'm at 4 teams. I'd say the biggest thing that stuck out so far, Connor, now I have high expectations for the Cowboys, higher than when I went there. I think their division is wide open. I think any of the 4 teams could win that division, which is exciting, and those are all obviously brand name teams for the NFL. What stuck out so far, my biggest impression so far is it's so obvious why the Seahawks won the Super Bowl. And I hate to go back to that, but it's just the depth and balance and how good they are across the board and how many players they have that are still ascending. And so that's sort of what I take away. Now, I'm excited to see what that looks like.
See, he's making this point that I was talking about earlier about teams and what the Seattle Seahawks did. The Seattle Seahawks didn't go out there and say, we want to get the best player or whatever the case may be. They went out there and got Sam Darnold. They went out there and got DeMarcus Lawrence. But they had a couple of good drafts, maybe even 3. And what they did was they had a team where the players were, they were gelling, they were working together, and they all ascended together. The head coach, what was it, second season? He won the Super Bowl, I believe, in his second season. And when you see something like that, man, you're just kind of like, well, why not us? Why can't we do it? So this is Brian Schottenheimer's second season. And when you look at his offensive pieces, I would dare say they look better than Seattle's. Now, the defense is the big question. We don't know if our defense is as good as Seattle's. But when you look at some of the players in the positions we have on defense, some of it kind of looks like Seattle. I would say we got an excellent defensive line. Some people would say we don't because of the pass rush, but I still say we got an excellent defensive line because of the tackles. Our linebacker crew, I would say it's good. The safety room is great. Cornerback is questionable. At this point, we got to see if Deron Bland is going to be healthy. I feel real good, though, about Kobe Durant. I feel better about Kobe Durant than I do Deron Bland at this point. So I'm hoping that Deron Bland is going to be healthy this whole year and get back to his old self. But we got a bunch of young players, too. And so if these young players all start going in the same direction, hey, especially with a quarterback like we have and the offensive weapons we have, why not? Why not us? Bottom line, why not us?
Supposed against like the Rams, when I get to go see the Rams today, but that will be the big one, and I think like the expectations, like you said, for the Cowboys are well placed. Now, what do their edge rushers look like? They're very optimistic about where Rashawn Gary is. Donovan Ezra, who's coming back off an injury. What do their corners look like? Like, they've got real questions on defense, but the offense has a chance to be really, really, really good. And I think leaning into the expectations, like Dak said something to me along the lines of like, everyone's going to put these expectations on us anyway. Everybody's going to be talking about us anyway. So why don't we just lean into it now?
Talk about yourselves that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I just think everything is so set up. I mean, with Pickens on the franchise tag, and he knows he's got to be a good soldier here to get the long-term deal. Dak is still the right age. The offensive line, sometimes Super Bowls are like a kismet situation where everything kind of comes together at the right moment. I think the Dallas Cowboys are a 10 to 12 win team. I do. And
Wow, 10 to 12 wins.
I don't know, but my other question to you is this, and try to be as non-biased as possible. Caleb Downs in this defense, what do you think he's going to do? How did he look? How does he change the complexion of this whole thing?
So it's interesting because I would say they had an underrated addition at safety in bringing in Jalen Thompson.
Yes.
And Jalen Thompson is a really good player for Arizona, and that flew under the radar, but I thought that was a big add. And I think what Christian Parker has now with Downs and Thompson is two versatile pieces that he can do whatever he wants with,
Mm-hmm.
And I think...
And I'm going to show y'all today when we get to our plays next. Hey, man, Malik Hooker. Ooh. Malik Hooker might be going back to his Ohio State days, man. Shoot. I'm here for it. I want to see what he looks like, but he looked pretty good today. He looked pretty good in day 3.
Like, the other thing about it that is interesting is they feel, and this was something that both, Schotty and Dak brought up to me, is part of the reason why they're embracing the expectations is they feel like they've got a locker room that can handle it. And people made fun of Schotty last year for saying, I'm trying to build the best culture in sports. It's really reflected in who they've acquired.
Ooh, did I not say this earlier? Yep. Did I not say this earlier? It's the mentality, the character of the guys that they have gotten. That's the biggest difference for me. That's why I'm not worried about on the field, because it's translating. We can already see it translating early. Now, I want to see what it looks like against the Rams. That's going to really tell us something.
Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, Jalen Thompson. Like, these are all really good guys.
Yep.
And I mean, nothing against Micah Parsons, but I think it's changed the makeup of the team, And Dak even said this to me, like, it's, and Schotty too, like, Dak's had to be the voice for that locker room for a long time. And there have been moments this offseason when the leadership has gotten to a point now where Dak was going to say something and someone else said it instead. And he was kind of like, oh, all right, like, I'll let him talk. You know what I mean? Like, there's just the infrastructure of the locker room is in a really good place. And I think that plays into the whole thing with the expectations too, is like, if you're the quarterback, you're the coach, that team, you're not going to lean into those expectations if you don't think you have a group of players that can handle it, and they think that they have that.
Yes, sir. Bama boy, glad you got in safe from your trip. What up, Bama boy? 50 damage. What's going on? What's going on, Joseph Thesis? Good to see y'all. Yeah, man. Yeah, well, I'm still going at 4 in the morning. I'm gonna try to get out of here by 4:30, man. I gotta go preach the word after that in less than I'm about to go preach the word in less than about 6 hours after that. I gotta go preach the word, bro. So it's gonna be all good though. God is willing. All right. So that was actually how good can the Cowboys be? Yeah, he said 10 to 12. All right. Let's get to our last segment, but it is not short, so y'all buckle up. We're going to try to get out of here about 4:30, at least Central Time. I don't know where y'all are. It might be 2:30, 3:30, 5:30, 6:30. But we're gonna play now our big plays from the day. And man, let me tell y'all something. The Cowboys are not disappointing. Day 3, wow. Day 3, even better if you ask me than day 2. I don't know, Kenny. I don't know, Kenzie Bands. I don't know. Because I didn't think they were having it today. I was out, running some errands and stuff. And next thing I know, I was like, what in the world? Did not realize that the Cowboys were actually, practicing yesterday. So I don't know. They may do it. So after church, I'll know. After worship today, I'll get in and I'll start collecting all my data and everything, and I'll be back again today, somewhere around whatever time. Got to get it in, man. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. It's training camp tomorrow. Mike said this: Romo going to see his grandparents. That's bad. They passed. At least that's what I heard. Allegedly, that's what I heard. I thought he said Monday has passed, Field Dog. I thought he said Monday. He said Monday they're gonna be in pads. Kids said, I'm not gonna lie, I like this late night stream. You should do it more. I do it during the season. Yeah, I do it during the season. Yeah, I do it quite a bit during the season. So I'm gonna be back on it again. We'll be back on it again this coming season. All right. Let's see if we can roll some more, Ken. And I still got plenty of stuff, man. I just can't get to it all today. Bama Boy said, we're talking about practice could be by design. Folks think otherwise. I was wondering, Brandy might have fell asleep. So I was going to ask her if she knew if they were practicing or not. All right, man. Let's get to these plays.
In these first 2 or 3 practices.
Let's get to some plays. We're going to come back tomorrow and we will listen to, I got quite a few CeeDee Lamb interviews. So we'll get to all of our interviews tomorrow. I got a lot more interviews tomorrow. But let's get to these plays, man. Boy, let me tell y'all something. George Pickens continues to dominate. Man, kid, you ain't lying. You said you might be my youngest supporter. You ain't lying. 19. Appreciate you, young brother. Appreciate you. You ain't lying. 19. Bad Boy said, gee, we gonna need you this season. We gonna need your prayers. Yeah, you gonna need your prayers this season. Man, we'll be sending up plenty of them too. All right. Man, I got some great plays today. Let me tell y'all something, bro. There have been some great plays in these 3 days. But I'm just telling us now, George Pickens has taken this camp over. George Pickens has taken over this training camp, man. George Pickens is making, I'm telling you, this dude is making some incredible catches. Let's see, let's get a little music behind this. I'm telling you, man, GP is going off the chain. Check him out. I got another angle of this play right here. This was an incredible catch today. I don't know if y'all saw this. This is an incredible catch. Let's see if we got the angle of it. Look at this catch. Look at this. What? This This dude, GP, is next level. What? This man's concentration and hand-to-eye coordination is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Look at this. This is ridiculous. This man GP. This man GP. This man GP. Golly, boy. Man, let's see this one more time. Shout out to Pat Walker with the slow motion. Look at this. What? Man is next level, man. Hey, he next level, gang. I'm telling y'all now. GP is next level, gang. Look, GP is out here abusing folk. Look at this. GP. That boy GP. That boy GP, boy. Left this man on the ground. Boy GP. How does GP be catching these passes, man? Boy GP. Boy GP. This boy GP got people out here looking crazy, man. This boy GP got people out here looking crazy. Man, I'm telling y'all, George Pickens has, I mean, look at this catch, guys. Look at this catch. He catches the ball so effortlessly, man. Look at this. Golly, this boy here, man. GP is box office, man. GP box office. That's all I can tell you. All right, let me see here. This is Nick Harris, and he's showing clips of Quinnen Williams. And just showing how Quinnen is being so disruptive. Some of these plays would be sacks. Look. I don't know who this was right here, but this was abuse. I don't know. Look at this right here, man. This is absolute abuse. I don't know who this is, and it might be Nate Thomas. Right here. I think who is this? Nate Thomas or somebody? Watch what Quinnen Williams do to this dude. Look. That was a sack. That was a sack. I don't... Put this dude on the bench. Put him on the bench. Put him on the bench. Whoever, I don't know who that was. But that boy Quinnen is out here abusing this dude, man. Look at this. Quinnen Williams is in here just knocking dudes around, man. This is without pads on. He out there knocking dudes around, bro. Man, shout out to Nick Harris. Man, Quinn is out here acting up. I think this is him. I think this is Big Quinn again, right there. Big Q again. Q out here acting up, bro. Wait a minute. That was number 97. Let me go back. Number 97. He did pretty good there too. Let me see if I can find. Okay, this is Q. Look at this. They double teaming Q, man. They double teaming Q. That boy is causing havoc. God. Q. Man. Q is causing havoc over here, bruh. Spawn off of 2 of them. Golly, man. Quinnen in his second full season with the Cowboys is going to be great, man. Let me see if we can identify Quinnen right here. I'm thinking this is Big Q right here. Let's see. Double team again. Yep, worked through that double team, got in there. Man, woo. Man. Whew. Boy, Quinnen, man. Man, I'm telling y'all, this Cowboys defense is looking like, we just got to see it on the field. I mean, against the Rams. That's what I'm waiting on. I want to see it against the Rams. All right, this is Caleb Downs here. Shout out to Foots the King, look like. Caleb Downs lined up on CeeDee Lamb here. Whoops, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Look at what, y'all see what Caleb Downs did to CeeDee Lamb? Look at this. Yo, this boy Caleb Downs is tripping, bro. Caleb Downs, watch this, gets on his inside shoulder. Look at Caleb Downs. Boy, this dude, Caleb Downs said, he said, move, get out the way, bro. He said, get out the way. Man, CeeDee Lamb said, hey, hold on, young buck. Put some respect on my name. He said, nah, bro, move out the way. Now, don't think I'm gonna tell Downs, bro. You gotta catch it when you do CeeDee Lamb like that, bro. When you do Lamb like that, you gotta catch it. Cause Lamb gonna come back on the next one. He gonna do something bad to you, bro. Okay, who is this guy? Okay, let me see who this is. Okay, this is Camden Brown. Camden Brown with a great catch. Check this out. From Sam Howell. Oh, whoa. I think he one-handed that joint. I think he one-handed this, didn't he? Ooh, that's nice right there. Yeah, nice, Camden. Okay, I see you. Great pass from Howell. Watch Brevin Spanford. Brevin Spanford is about to get so salty. Watch Brevin Spanford. Look at Brevin. He dropped the ball. Now watch Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs is a menace. Bro, I'm like Caleb Downs even more, man. Caleb Downs is a menace. He already threw CeeDee Lamb to the ground. He pushed the ball. That boy got Brevin Spanford in his feelings, boy. He got Brevin Spanford in his feelings, man. That boy Caleb Downs is a menace. He is a menace, bruh. Oh boy. All right, let's see. We got a couple more Lamb catches here. It's our man CeeDee Lamb. Check him out. Oh, nice. Nice catch. What else can you say? CeeDee Lamb, man. Nice catch by CeeDee Lamb there. Yeah, same catch. I see you looking at the defensive back. Man, Lamb be serious with his, don't he? All right, let's see here. Ryan Flanoy. Dak Prescott to Ryan Flanoy. Oh, that was nice. Nice throw by Dak right there, man. Nice. Take that, Marquise Bell. Take that, bro. This is a Barham. I'm telling y'all right now, I really think some of these plays might be different if they were actually hitting. Barham, we already seen him set the edge yesterday. Now we got Barham. Check him out. Pass coverage. Covering that wheel route. Yeah, Barham, man. Barham is nice. Yeah, covering that wheel route there. Let's see here. I think this is Barham. Pass breakup. Yep. Tried to hit CeeDee Lamb. Broke it up. Yeah, Anthony Johnson and Ryan Flanoy has definitely put on some muscle, man. He has put on some muscle. Here is Jashawn Barham. This would have been a run stop. Check this out. Oh, yeah, he read. Oh, boy, he would have laid Jaden Blue out, bro. Look at this. Oh, he would have laid him out. Back in the old NFL, that actually would have been a hit. He actually would have hit him. All right. Man, we got a Michael Trigg sighting. Michael Trigg. I am so excited for this young tight end. Check him out. Looks like Joe Milton. Oh, yeah. Number 27 wouldn't have had a chance. Look at this. He'd have knocked him over. Look how big Trigg is, man. That defensive back ain't got a chance. Appreciate you, little D, Texas. Got our first Michael Trigg sighting. At least for me, I hadn't seen him. Man, I could not help but look at these Dak Prescott cleats. These things are clean. These are lime green Jordan 1s. I think he might have had, I thought those were 11s he had on the other day. Those might have been 1s too. These are clean right here, man. Those are cleansed, man. Need to get me a pair of them joints. Michael Jordan. Dak probably called up Michael Jordan personally and told him he wanted them colors. Clean. All right, let's see what else we got here. Christian Parker. I thought this was awesome. Christian Parker after practice. Doing a lot of work. Doing quite a bit of work with Caleb Downs. Spending quite a bit of time with him. Yeah, I think this is so awesome. Dude, Christian Parker, man, he just so smooth. Yeah, he just so smooth. More Christian Parker working with the DBs after practice we already know he's already produced some great defensive backs everywhere he's been. Yeah. All right. Ryan Flanoy again. Check him out. That's that same throw. Yeah, to the corner. Yeah, that was nice by Dak right there. Ryan Flanoy is serious with it. Well, that's Jerry Jones talking about Tony. We ain't gonna listen to him talk about Tony Romo. All right, let's see. This is the rookie right here. Anthony, what's his name? Sam Howell. Look. Oh! Nice. Nice. He was probably out of bounds, though. I don't think he got nothing in bounds. Let's see what he got in bounds. He out of bounds. Nope. Out of bounds, bruh. Somebody got incomplete at the bottom. Yeah, you got to get in. This ain't college, bro. It's the pros. You got to fight to get that body in, bro. Got Malik Hooker out here picking off somebody. This is the first pick off of the camp, if I'm not mistaken. It was a tip up by Jaden Blue. Yep. And Malik Hooker was right there. Jaden Blue, I also expect for you to pursue the guy who got the ball, which he probably would have been down. Yeah, he'd probably knocked him down right here. Yeah. Yep, Malik Hooker, first interception of the camp. Tipped up ball by Jaden Blue, who is supposed, last time I checked, who is supposed to have wide receiver type hands. Didn't like no wide receiver type hands right there. See if we can see it again. Oh, you got to catch that, Jaden Blue. Nah, we ain't letting you slide with that, bro. You got to catch that. Nah, we ain't letting you slide with that, bro. All right, let's see here. This is Darian Kendrick. Working in the slot. Oh, okay. I see him. He might have got him on the pass interference right there. Okay, I see you, Darian Kendrick. Hey, Jeremy, you said he got a piece of knee skin? You said he got a piece of knee skin? All right, let's see. Let's see, Jaden Blue. Didn't see much from him today. Bad angle. I wonder if he caught it or not. I can't tell. Yeah, he must have caught it. I saw the ref kind of looking to see if he got in. Unfortunately, didn't see it. Let me see here. This is Julius Wood? Whoever this is, let me see. Oh, we saw this play the other day. That's not a new play right there. Let's see. All right. Those were the plays. All right, this is the third day summary. Let's check this out. Day 3 summary by Nicole Hutchison. Let's check this out.
What up, y'all? It's For the Record. We're recapping. Oh, opening ceremony day. Practice a lot to get to what you got. What up, y'all? It's For the Record. We're recapping opening ceremony day. Practice a lot to get to what you got, Patrick.
Tell you what, Nicole, I'm going with the flow today. Ryan Flanoy, he's showing that he could be something that gives the Cowboys a third 1,000-yard receiver this year. He had a great day
mentioned this.
The only reason he had a great day is because his quarterback is dealing. Dak Prescott's been unbelievable. He's throwing to Flanoy. Obviously, Pickens, CD, Dak was on the money.
Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Brian Schottenheimer. What do they all have in common? They've loved what they've seen from rookie linebacker Jashawn Barham through the first couple of days. Jerry saying earlier today, Barham is a war daddy.
Talk about tips and overthrows. You got to have those. Malik Hooker getting the first turnover. What up, y'all? It's For the Record. We're recapping.
Wow. Jerry Jones is calling this man a war daddy? All right. Calling him War Daddy. Okay, I'm not really cool. I don't know. Remember the first time I heard that name, I don't know if I'm cool calling the man War Daddy. Maybe that's my insecurities. I just struggle calling the man War Daddy. I don't know about y'all. I struggle calling the man War. I struggle calling the grown man War Daddy. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight on Cowboys After Dark. It is currently 4:22 in the morning. 4 straight hours of Cowboys content. Man, I still got stuff I didn't show today. So when I get out of worship today, after I get done eating, probably take a little break, and then I'm gonna come back again today. And we're going to have some more Cowboys content. I'm not really sure if they're doing a practice today. I didn't think they were doing a practice yesterday, but I guess, we found out that they did. So I'm going to see today. I'll find out. I can't really tell. I had that Oxnard schedule. Phil Dog, appreciate you. I was trying to see if we could tell when the Cowboys were practicing or not today. I know I got the training camp schedule, I just don't know where I put it. Okay, let's see. This is the training camp schedule. It doesn't really say per se. Let's see. It says Friday night, fan night, Saturday night, opening ceremony. But I don't see anything about whether or not they're practicing. I don't see anything. All right, y'all let me know. But I'm not sure if what they're doing. I say give them a day off, man. It's Sunday. Let's see here. Because I think they go in pads. I think they're going pads on Monday. So I'm not sure they're going to do anything tomorrow. Okay, I guess this is the itinerary right here. Oh, I didn't notice this. Okay, I'm going to make sure I bookmark this. It says here Saturday the 1st, it was an open practice. I'm assuming they're going to be off on Sunday. They will either be off or the practice will be closed. Today, I will probably be live somewhere between 4:30 and 5:30. Yeah, I'll be live somewhere between 4:30 and 5:30. So it looks like the Cowboys won't have anything today. So I got plenty of stuff that I haven't shown y'all yet. So we're going to catch up on all of that tomorrow. We'll catch up on a lot of that tomorrow. Then we'll be back to practice on Monday and Tuesday. Practices will be closed on Wednesday. Heroes Appreciation Day on Thursday. The next open practice will be Saturday, Sunday. Oh, man. And then we are going to see the Cowboys on August the 11th, I believe it is. It's going to be the Cowboys against the Rams. Oh, that's when we really going to know what we're about. That's when we going to know what we're about. And then we're going to have an open practice with the Saints on the 18th. So I'm excited about both of those dates. both of those dates. So, man, Cowboys fans, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Y'all make sure y'all go out there and have a great day. Serve the Lord. If that's what you do, go out there and worship in spirit and in truth. And I'll see y'all the next time. DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys when we talk facts. Peace.